and welcome back to the second day of the second edition of the EASE Summit, the European Summit of STEAM Educators. From STEAM Educators for STEAM Educators. STEAM with A for Arts. Yesterday we had the chance to attend short presentations and a couple of hands-on workshops, learning by prototyping and unlock the power of IoT with Microbit, with Danilo Kozoderk from Slovenia and Sujit Bhattacharya from the United Kingdom. More practical approaches that show the educational potential of these STEAM educators. For today, we have a diverse set of more extensive presentations where we will be able to learn in more detail about a series of projects and technical and educational experiences. Today will be a little longer, precisely because we will have longer presentations, but it will be worth it. A word to the organizations that support this event. With your support, and we leave the keyword for today: networking. Will it be the answer to some question that will be asked us today?
Dear colleagues, STEM educators, my name is Karolina Brlekovic and I am mathematics teacher at a high school in Osijek, Croatia. I have been working for 30 years and the last 10 years I have been coordinating various international projects in which the school is involved. The project that I just ending is called Gamma. I hope that at the end of my presentation I can give you an answer to the question of whatever digital games in the classroom are playing or learning. First, a brief overview of the project. The coordinator of the project is the Department of Mathematics of the University of Osijek, and the partners besides our school are the Gymnasium on the island of Rab, the Gymnasium in Athens, Greece, the Gymnasium in Pori, Finland, the Pedagogical University of Athens, Greece, the University of Pori, Finland, and the University of Amsterdam, the Netherlands. To introduce you with the project, I have to say something about project objectives. So in this order, the first was to gain insight into the different educational system of European countries, especially in the context of teaching mathematics through the game-based learning based on digital technology. The second objective was to create teaching materials for game-based learning in mathematics, of course. Then to create a template for teaching scenarios and 8 examples of scenarios related to the game-based learning in mathematics. If we want to create a game, we need a system for creating it. So we also developed 2 different systems. We call it FAS for creating digital games. So you will see something about this later also. After that, to create 5 digital games for learning new content related to the scenarios, and at the end to create a website where all materials will be available for everybody. In the following, I will briefly introduce 8 digital games for acquiring new knowledge that was developed as a part of the project along with accompanying materials. In order, Aqua Escape Room, Hot Air Balloon Game, Function Dungeon, Gambiz, Gamma Prop Challenge, Yo-Yo Bird, and Don't Blow Up the Balloon. The games we use at the digital game-based learning are a little bit different from games students normally play for recreation, and this can be a bit confusing for students. But the desire to earn points and advance to the next level of the game can be greater than the need to learn new outcomes. So the point is that the digital game-based learning should be introduced gradually, and students should be patient in getting used to different way of working, because the questions still remain: play or learn. After comparing the curricula of the participating countries, we select the content found in the curricula of all partners countries, so you can see about application of the system of the linear equations, then proportionality and inverse proportionality, linear function, area of triangle, cosinus theorem, probability, trigonometrical functions, and about analysis of functions. So the first game is Aqua Escape Room, and it has a escape room concept where the player must solve different tasks to get the password and go to the next level. It's a combination of a Google form and a math simulation. So students are guided by a Google form, and the teacher is needed to guide students in the right direction. So we need a teacher in this method. Each form contains a link to math simulation with the help of which student can solve the task. The math is one of the two game creation systems developed as a part of the project. I shortly say it like a fast. The systems are free and can be used to create your game using the instructions that are also available. At the end of my presentation, I will give you the link to all materials, so also to these two systems for creating your games, and also the instructions how to use this system for creating a game. In the next game, in the hot air balloon game, students must add different gases or release them using different valves. The goal is to keep the balloon in the air through the 10 selections that make up one level, keeping in mind that each decision affects several parameters. The game is made on another platform, FAS, named Choico. The very name of the platform suggests that it's based on a series of choices that have predefined consequences. On this slide, you see the interface of the hot air balloon game. If the player manages to maintain the parameters in the desired intervals for the 10 selections, he moves to the next level. For the game, players learn the chemical properties of the gases, physics, and of course mathematics. At the beginning of the game, there is instructions for the player student in which it is written in which intervals a particular parameter should be kept. Each of the gases has parameters shown in a table that opens by clicking on the label next to the bottle, which allows the player to make an easy choice. To predict how his choice will affect a particular property of the balloon. Users of the platform can create their own games on it or upload a game from their computer, play games that are already on the platform, and learn through the game. If the basic lesson at the digital game-based learning is not prepared and conducted properly, playing will remain playing and will not turn into the learning. So teacher must prepare everything for this kind of lesson. During the class in which I used the hot air balloon game, I also conducted a short survey of the students using a form. While answering, they could use the game and try to come up with the answer. It's evident from the results that a part of the students still don't understand the concept of proportionality if we put it in another context. For example, if we talk about connection between speed, distance and time, students answer the questions without major problem. But look the other context and we can see the results. Some of them don't understand the connection. In the function dungeon, the player is an explorer trying to find a way through the dungeon. To achieve the goal, the player must go through the maze of different rooms. The rooms are locked and the players need to find a way to open them. By interacting with different objectives in the room, players find the problem related to the function, linear function, that are hidden in the rooms. Solving these problems will open their way to other rooms. The questions answered by the players are from the field of linear function, and with the game there is also a great teaching scenario. I recommend them. As for all games, which helps the teacher to model the lesson. And I already told you that this kind of learning must be guided by teacher. So the game Geonvis is the next game created in this project named Gamma. Contains several differences of complete content, and two are the area of the triangle and the cosinus theory. The game can be played both on computer and on the mobile phone, and it's for one player. Each level has its specific educational outcomes. Each level has several sections with 4 tasks, each on more stars on the box task. The more difficult the task and the more points it carries. At the end of the game, the student will receive a certificate showing how many questions has he successfully answered, as well as details about the game, so the teacher can also see this certificate. Through the Prop Challenge game, the student learns about probability and exercise at the same time. The game is for one player and has 5 levels. The player can choose which of the first 4 levels he wants to play. While to play in the 5th level, he has to achieve a certain score on the 4th level. The first level is the easiest and introduces the player to the basic concepts that are needed in the next levels. After playing a level, the player receives feedback on his performance. The score a player has achieved while playing a certain level for the first time is available by pressing the icon next to the level. Here you can see the interface of the game on the mobile phones. The Gamma Prop Challenge game is available for the PC, mobile phones, Android and iPhone, and of course tablets, so it's very easy to use it in a classroom. Your Bird game is a game for 2 players in which moves given by trigonometrical functions are combined to connect the movements of the bird and the yo-yo depending on the amplitude and the period of trigonometrical functions. So students will learn about this connection. So the game requires a high concentration of students and is suitable for students who want to learn more. It's more difficult to do it with the whole classroom, but you can try. The last of the game is Don't Blow Up the Balloon. The balloon game is a two-player game against each other, although it's also possible to play cooperatively or individually. There are two levels, formulas or graphs. So the goal is to control the size of the balloon by choosing the appropriate rules for the magic pump, a function represented by formula at the formula level, or a graph at the graph level, while avoiding the balloon bursting or deflating. The goal for the player for a given balloon to avoid bursting or deflating is by choosing a good pumps whose functions are given by formula level or graph levels. Finally, I have prepared a code or a link, you can use it, to all materials developed in the project in English, Finnish, Dutch, Croatian and Greek language. At the end, for all questions or online lectures on the topic, I'm available via email. You can see it on a slide. And also, I ask you to fill in a short evaluation of my presentation via QR code or this link. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining this session during the second summit organized by European Network of STEAM Educators. We all, as educators, are aiming to provide education that is going to inspire, motivate, and engage students, developing their skills for living in this constantly changing world and preparing them for the future. In the next minutes, I'm going to share with you how we can enhance students' motivation and engagement and provide achievement of educational outcomes in an interesting and fun way. My name is Maja Videnovic, and I'm a computer science teacher in primary school Krsteni Sirkov in Skopje, North Macedonia, and at the same time, I'm a co-founder of an NGO, Center for Innovation and Digital Education, DIGE. So today I'm going to present how we have used mobile augmented reality educational game during teaching cybersecurity topics in primary school. I will start with the pedagogical foundation behind our approach, why we have decided to start with all this. After that, I will speak about our methodological approach, and at the end, I will discuss about the effectiveness of the implemented approach. But before that, let's start with answering one simple why. Why we should implement these innovative learning approaches in our classroom. Well, the world is changing very fast due to the emergence of technology in our everyday life. So our students are surrounded with technology. They are surrounded with a vast amount of information on regular basis. And they're using mobile phones regularly. Even we are using all the time mobile phones. So our students are used to this interactive environment and fast communication. So the traditional teaching styles where teacher is standing and just presenting to them is no longer acceptable for our students. They like fun, engaging, motivating environments where they can learn by doing something, where they can solve problems, where they can explore things. So they need something that will engage, because they are used to that on their everyday lives. And in that way, we can achieve their developing of their problem solving skills, communication, cooperation, creativity, and so on. So we as educators must always think that our teaching practice should shift to more active learning environments, where students can be engaged with the content on deeper level than in the traditional classroom. And when we are doing that, we must achieve it by aligning to the digital tools that they are already using in their everyday lives. And at the beginning, how we can find that kind of approach, we will start with these pedagogical foundations or pedagogical concepts that are lying behind our idea for creating this learning approach. First one is game-based learning, something that our students are very familiar with and that are doing on a regular basis. We all know how our students like to play digital games, how they're engaged while playing this game, how they are persistent during this work. So we as educators must find a way how to utilize this persistence, this dedication in educational process, because we know that playing digital games is very fun. Students are excited while doing that, so we must find a way how to transfer that excitement in education. And that's why we put game-based learning on the first place. After that, we have this outdoor learning, which came very natural after these 2 years of pandemic situation. Namely, in these periods, our students were closed at their homes. They were learning alone from their homes, separated from their friends. So some of the research showed that students have problem with socialization after this period of pandemic. So we must find different activities, how we can foster communication and cooperation among students while they are learning. And outdoor learning is a perfect opportunity for that, because in the outdoor learning, the learning is taking place outside the traditional classroom. So students most probably will be working on some activity together in a team. They will communicate, cooperate, developing their teamwork skills. And at the same time, they will manage to listen to other opinion, to see things from other perspective, and to find a solution of eventually disagreement on given topic. Situated learning as a way of learning is very interesting, because it provides a link between the learner and the environment. We put a learner in a concrete situation where learner is learning by inquiry of the situation. And if we put augmented reality there, we get a perfect match. So we can create some spots, virtual spots, on virtual map, and using this augmented reality, we can achieve our students to learn more easily about new concepts, because we will put them in the practical implementation of the information that they gain. And the last concept is micro-learning, which is very popular nowadays. What does it mean? It means that we are going to split one complex topic in a several small bytes of information that our students can easily understand, and the information that they will get will retain in their head. Namely, the students nowadays are faced with a lot of information on regular basis, and they must learn how to acquire the necessary information from all that is surrounding them, and they don't have a focus to listen or to read or to watch something for a long period of time. So we must give them small pieces of information that are easily digestible for them, so they can easily get the information, and after repeating several times, the necessary knowledge will retain in their heads. So we decided to combine all these approaches, namely to create augmented reality educational games that will be used for outdoor learning, where students will have this small amount of information that should be perceived by them, and that they can learn more easily. In our approach for creating a mobile augmented reality game that we can use for education, we have started with a game that is very interesting for the students and they like to play it. It's a treasure hunt game. A treasure hunt game is a type of game where players are challenged to search for hidden objects or clues within a virtual or a real environment in order to solve a mystery or puzzle, and at the end to find a treasure. So students should go from one place to another, often finding some challenges or obstacles on that way, and they need to find a solution to overcome the challenge, and they are going step by step until the end of the game. So this game is based mainly on exploration, on problem-solving skills, and attention to details. And that is the reason why we have decided to adopt this kind of game in our approach, because these little puzzles serve as micro-learning for our students. And also, if we go outside to play the game, we have this outside learning. But when we use a mobile phone with augmented reality to find these specific places, these spots on the map, we are implementing also mobile augmented reality games. So all these previously mentioned pedagogical concepts are present here. So the game designer put these spots on a map. The map is around the school. It has to be around the school because it has to be in some safe areas where our students can move around. And on each on these spots, there is a puzzle that should be solved by the students. They are moving through these spots, but as soon as they get near to the spot for approximately 20 meters, their phone is vibrating, and on their phone, the multiple choice question is open that they should answer before moving forward. And they are using their map on the phones to discover where the next puzzle in the game is put. And when we put educational context, educational questions in those puzzles, we can easily say that we have used this mobile augmented reality game in the educational context. So what we have done, we have used this mobile game called Zippy Go. It can be easily reached on Play Store. We have created accounts there, and we have added questions that are connected with cybersecurity topics that is learned in primary education. When students get their mobile phone, when they activate this application, they can see all the events that are in their surroundings sorted by distance using geolocation feature on their mobile phones. So you see that here at the top is Krsteni Sirkov school, that is my school. So students find the school, and when they click on the school, the map of the surrounding of the school is open. And they are going to some of the places where the puzzle is put. They can be labeled with different labels, but here we have used pencil because it's more close to the context that the game is aimed to, education. So when they come close to the some of the pencils, multiple choice question is open where they can answer the question. At the end, in order to get all the results on one place, they have to synchronize data. The fact that is important to be mentioned here is that students are working in groups, so just one student per group can have a mobile phone. So even the students that don't have technology on their own can participate in this kind of activity. And there is no necessary to have internet all the time, because they can play the game without internet connection, and at the end they can synchronize the data. So we implemented this approach. First, we have chosen 6 schools. 3 were from North Macedonia, 3 were from Norway. We have added question and defined it gameplay, that map. And after that, we were designing the game and implement it. And you can see here one of groups of my students playing the game, working in group. At the end, we did evaluation of the approach. In order to evaluate the effectiveness of the implementation of a game-based approach in educational purpose, we must take into account different issues, different parameters. For example, we must take into account a student's opinion, teacher opinion, educational value of the game, and so on, and they are very, very interconnected among themselves. In our case, we have used a survey with a 5-point Likert scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree, and we were measuring students' subjective opinion in terms of engagement and motivation during playing the game, and the other opinion was about their communication cooperation skills. We were evaluating also their educational outcomes, and at the end of the survey, they had open-ended question where they had to answer what they liked during playing the games, what can be improved, and whether they like this approach or not. We have also got interviews with teachers where we managed to get their evaluation of the effectiveness of the approach. Although our final results are not over, I hope that I will have opportunity to share these final findings with you. But now I have preliminary results which show that students have increased engagement, interest, and motivation. And they had a lot of fun, excitement, and eagerness to finish the game. I can tell as a teacher that implemented this game in his school that it was amazing to see how students were running around the school, trying to find a spot to find the puzzle, to answer it correctly, and then to run to the next puzzle. They were impatient to finish first, and they had a lot of competitiveness, I must admit. But on the other side, they were very communicative, collaborative in their groups. They were talking about the solution, the answer, the correct answer, and they were always doing everything together, running to a question. Although they were using one mobile phone, they were all over that one phone trying to read the questions faster than the others. Students had very positive attitude toward this approach, and they stated that they would even like to have more activities like this in other subjects. And from the things that should be improved in the next iteration of a game, they stated that they would like to have more puzzles in the game, and they would like to have some timer in order to keep a record about their effectiveness during the playing. And as a teacher, I must say that students' competencies concerning cybersecurity are improved. Those findings are not just mine, they are of all the teachers that participated in this study of the approach. And now I would like you to have 1 minute to think. What do you think? Can you implement this kind of approach in your education? Can you use some mobile augmented reality game and edit their educational goals from your curriculum? I think yes. The answer is yes. This approach can be implemented in any subject, on any topic. We just have to find the most suitable part of the curriculum that could be put in these small micro-learning pieces of information for our student. And I must say that in this way, we managed to create interactive, engaging, motivating learning environment where students enjoyed during learning. They even stated that never before they experienced something where they had so much fun and learn in the same way. So you must use that. So if you have some idea how you can implement this approach in your classroom, or you have an idea how to improve this approach, please write to me. You have my email on the screen. Also, maybe you have some other idea how to create engaging and motivating learning environments. Let's collaborate. We can do amazing things together. Thank you for your attention today.
Hello, I'd like to start by thanking you for taking the time to come and listen to my talk on engineering skills development. My name is Ashley Morris and I'm an educational technology entrepreneur. My company's mission is to help students learn how to create simple designs of world-beating products such as Concorde, the world's first and most successful supersonic passenger airliner. The overall aim is to close the gap between education and work by promoting the development of foundation level engineering skills. Gatsby Benchmark 4, linking careers to curriculum. My thought-provoking talking point and the key issue I'm seeking to promote is the need to encourage the use of product breakdown diagrams in a way that develops top-down systems thinking. Right now, it's a genuinely exciting time to be an engineer, as there's massive demand for high-tech skills such as systems thinking. Later in the talk, I'm going to show how product breakdown analysis can be used to create a simple system diagram of Concorde. I'm motivated by the fact that we're currently living at a time where the world is being influenced by a substantial social and economic upheaval. A prominent theme relates to rapid changes in technology that are creating an ongoing skills crisis. To illustrate, a 2022 survey by the UK's Manufacturing Industry Association, Make UK, identified that 75% of their 20,000 members saw increasing demand for the complex cognitive skills needed to implement the innovative, high-tech digital systems needed to improve productivity. My interest in this topic relates to the subject of engineering problem solving and how societies might adapt their education systems to better lay the foundations for this range of skills. There have been many reports on skill shortages over the years and the ability of education systems to support resolution. For example, a survey by the charity Their World, also conducted in 2022, explored the views of around 10,000 young people worldwide. One of the findings was that many of the youngsters surveyed expressed disappointment that their education did not seem to equip them for their journeys into the world of work. The survey indicates that there's a need to better align or converge the foundations laid by education systems with the skills required in the broader economy. The ubiquitous use of software and information systems is leading to the convergence of many previously separate disciplines. In the world of engineering, the growing dependence on digital systems is driving a cultural shift that's placing a greater emphasis on systems thinking and complex problem-solving skills. This convergence is one of the themes of the wider global reskilling challenge, which is driving the need to rethink how education and training systems enable student development. Given that today's education systems were initially created in the 1800s to help societies respond to rapidly changing technology and the Industrial Revolution, it's not surprising that many people are calling for education system reform in the light of today's technological upheavals. Now, there are two aspects to this need for closer alignment or convergence. The first relates to the world of work, which has become increasingly dependent on knowledge, software, networks and information systems. There's greater complexity. The second aspect relates to the nature of our education systems and how they might adapt. The reskilling challenge is a feature of the increased competitive pressures that have led to the creation of many STEM-type initiatives that have been established as a response to the need for more technically skilled workers. These initiatives have gathered significant momentum, generated large volumes of new, innovative educational material, and encouraged closer engagement between employers and schools. Despite this progress, the calls for educational reform have continued, and there seems to be a need to take stock and evaluate what's been achieved to establish and hone best practice. For example, students seem to learn best and most deeply when they're engaging with objects that represent their current needs and purposes, and therefore have relevancy. An additional approach to STEM learning that seems to help is the introduction of top-down thinking, where a familiar object, such as a car, is used to investigate science and engineering topics embedded within the vehicle. For example, electrical power and lighting. This contrasts to a common approach to engineering education, where a number of topics are taught in a disconnected, parallel and bottom-up way. Items grouped by common properties, such as the electrically powered components, form the electrical system. This type of thinking can also be used as a bridge into the world of maths and mathematical logic, where set theory includes topics such as Venn diagrams. Now, a few years ago, in 2007, former US President Bill Clinton gave a TED Talk in which he touched on his experience of problem solving in the world of international politics. Actually, in relation to healthcare in Rwanda. During his talk, he made a statement that went something along the lines of, "The longer I deal with these types of problems, the more convinced I am that we have to build systems. In a world with no systems, everything becomes a guerrilla struggle." Now, I found this really interesting because it helps to develop a broader understanding of why it's important to be able to think in a systemic or a systematic way. Healthcare also uses a lot of high-tech engineering STEM type equipment, such as CT, X-ray and MRI scanners that are all now heavily dependent on network connected software, digital systems. This picture illustrates a healthcare scene with a patient undergoing a diagnostic scan. The ability to think systemically is needed not only to design and build this complex technology, but also to maintain and operate it. While this indicates that many people are familiar with the concept of systems and how they interact, much of this familiarity is learned through work experience. Now, in 2007, Bill Clinton was 61, and if we take his TED Talk at face value, he seemed to be expressing a retrospective view on the benefits of acquiring the skills associated with systems design. Now, I also came to appreciate the benefits of thinking in a more systemic way mid-career, and I wished I'd been able to learn more about how systems interact earlier. I've come across many other people who have had a comparable experience, including a friend of mine who was one of Concorde's last chief systems engineers. Given that some of the higher order problem-solving skills can take time to develop, why wait to learn about systems mid-career through work experience? Why not incorporate some basic concepts of systems thinking earlier as a foundation skill during 12 to 18 education, or even a little earlier? My own experience with groups of 12 to 18 students is that they find these ideas quite easy to assimilate. I believe there's growing evidence to support a case for today's education systems to place a greater emphasis on developing the awareness of the role of systems in societies, and thereby to help lay firmer foundations for structured problem solving. This would offer broad benefits and also help to build a stronger skills base for sectors of the economy that rely on a workforce with engineering and technical qualifications. I'm specifically thinking of the use of product breakdown diagrams or organisation type charts that help to support higher order problem solving skills. In many respects, these diagrams have synergy with mind maps that have been popularised by people such as Tony Buzan, because they help to organise information into a hierarchical structure which is similar to how the brain works. The need for product breakdown diagrams and organisation charts emerged as a consequence of the Industrial Revolution and continue to influence how we work today. This serves to illustrate that the development and adoption of new skills can take time. My company's contribution to this area is to create a web-based solution, productchange.com, which includes an embedded product designer software proposition. The aim is to promote structured problem solving skills, primarily but not exclusively to the 12 to 18 age group. To illustrate, here's an example of how the design of an aircraft such as Concorde can be represented using a simple product breakdown diagram. This shows the main components, such as the fuselage, left and right wings, together with the engines. Clearly, these types of diagrams can very quickly become complex, so at this foundation level, there's just one system attribute for each component. The fuselage is a member of the structural system, the wings are part of the lift system, and the engines are part of the propulsion system. While recognising that Concorde is a retired technology and can only be seen in a few aerospace or science museums around the world, it is for many an inspirational aircraft with an iconic design. One of the challenges of introducing new concepts is to find ways of breaking down any barriers to learning. The intention of using familiar, world-beating products is to increase the opportunities for learning with new students, particularly where some of them may even be the teachers or instructors required to promote new skills. Product artifacts that are historically significant, many of which can be seen in museums or have a significant reputation for breaking records, can support a more accessible route for learners. Students that have learned to reverse engineer a simple design of a familiar artifact such as Concorde are then able to develop these skills to a level where they can create designs of pretty much anything, from mobile phones to satellites and information systems. In other words, once acquired, students are empowered to create the types of modern high-tech products and systems that are now so critical to our everyday lives. Furthermore, there seems to be a growing appreciation that the structured problem-solving concepts developed in this way can be widely applied to other tasks such as creating organisation charts, project plans and computer document folders. So, in summary, my thought-provoking talking point is to encourage the use of product breakdown diagrams in a way that develops top-down systems thinking. I believe there's much to be gained by adapting education systems to place a greater emphasis on building awareness of the role that systems play in societies and help lay the foundations that are necessary to establish a stronger knowledge base for many sectors of the economy, but in particular those that rely on workforces with engineering and technical qualifications. Higher order thinking and problem solving skills take time to develop, so introducing systems thinking earlier in the education journey will help to address some of the skills issues we face today. This would have synergy with existing and familiar diagrammatic approaches used for problem solving. In our increasingly complex world, there seems to be a growing awareness that to introduce new ideas into teaching and learning, new methods are required that are aided by educational technology. Finally, I'd like to thank you for listening, and I'd welcome any feedback on the topics I've covered.
Hi everyone. As we are sitting in different time zones, I wish good morning, good afternoon, and very good evening to all the viewers who have joined this summit from different parts of the world. I am Ramita. I currently work as Program Manager for STREAM, which is Science, Technology, Research, Engineering, Art, and Mathematics at RBK Educational Institution in India. My work involves designing STEAM activities for pre-primary and primary grades. Today's session has three parts: effective implementation of STEAM activities, international opportunities for learners to participate in STEAM-based competitions, last but not the least, my journey as STEAM educators. As a trainer, I have observed in STEAM classrooms, learners are excited. So it becomes very important for the facilitator to clearly communicate the rules and the instructions of the classroom. Unlike traditional classroom, in STEAM classrooms, learners know that they are going to do something hands-on, they are going to get some unexpected results, so they are excited. So it becomes important to clearly communicate the expectations of the facilitators in terms of behavior and how the activity is going to go from the learners. So I came across a video which will help you to understand how do you communicate your rules of the classroom.
All right, so today we're going to learn how to do math centers, or in our classroom, Guadalupe, we call them hippopotamuses. All right, so everybody say math. Math. These are math hippopotamuses. All right. And they're the same way. They work the same as reading. So right now I need to see hands in laps. I need to see hands in laps. All right. When I call your name, Nathan, I'll tell you what color. So if you're pink, you pick? Pink. If you're pink, can you get green? No. What if you're blue? What do you pick? Blue. Blue. What if you're purple? Purple. What if you're green? Green. You pick? Green. Green. All right. Do you take the bag out? No. Or do you take the whole thing? The whole thing. The whole thing. Very good. Where can you go work? Everywhere. Everywhere, Daniel. Not a carpet. But when you go work somewhere, you have to be quiet. You have to work quiet. Do you want to sit close together? No. Or do you want to sit far apart? Far apart. So close together? No. Or far apart? You want to get squeezed. Yeah, we don't want to get squeezed, so we're going to be far apart. All right? When you're finished, first you have to do some of it or do all of it? All of it. All of it. When you're finished, what do you do? Clean up. Clean up? Oh, but can I get a different color? No. Or does it have to be the same color? Same color.
color.
The same color. Good, Alana. All right.
All right. Before getting into the presentation, before talking about effective implementation, I want you to focus on the platform which I've used for presentation. This is called Prezi.com. I particularly like this platform for making presentations is because it really helps you to zoom into the details which you want your learners to focus on. So this has already made templates available for lesson plans, for activities. Go and check this platform out. All right, now let's get into the effective implementation of STEAM activities. So I always suggest facilitators to use 5 E's of experiential learning to design your activity or to plan your activity. So first comes engagement. Now engagement depends on the concept that you have selected. Concept, if it is directly related to the core curriculum of science or mathematics or maybe social sciences, work on activating prior knowledge, which we also call PK testing, to see the learner, the way you have planned the activity, whether the learner has that level or not. If the concept is such that which is new to the learner, then work on building the knowledge. Now, while building knowledge, how do you build knowledge? Specifically in STEAM classroom, where you want to focus more on hands-on activities, introduce key terms, talk about vocabulary words which will help learner to understand the concept of the particular activity. Make relevant connections to the immediate environment of the learner. For example, for activity of light, maybe in grade 1 or grade 2, ask the learner to identify natural sources of light and man-made sources of light. So this can be immediately connected to the environment. May it be the activity of sound. Spend good 10 to 15 minutes in the engagement. Next is the time for experiment, or you can say exploration for the learner. I always suggest to introduce aim of the activity. Otherwise, I feel that at times activity remains just an activity. So the meeting the outcome is very, very important. So I suggest to introduce the aim of the activity, then also introduce the materials required to build that activity, so that learner would think, how do you put these things together to make maybe one set of model. Now, you can choose to describe the steps of the activities, or you can set up the makerspace and let them come with one or the other model. Next is explanation. Now, once the learner has spent good time, experimenting with the stuff that you have provided or the material that you have given, explanation is very important. And many times you will observe that if you have 20 learners in the classroom, 15 will come with different observations. So use good infographics. They are colorful, vibrant, they attract the attention of the learner, specifically when they are young, right? For example, if you if I talk about this electric current or circuits, right? Maybe you wanted the learner to make simple circuits, but somehow the circuit did not work. So now there are many possibilities. Maybe the connections are not correct, right? The learner has not turned on the switch. The learner has forgotten to insert the battery, or maybe the way learner has put the battery, the positive terminal is connected with the negative terminal of the bulb, or negative with positive. So there can be n number of possibilities. Identify and explain. Next is elaboration. Elaborate. How do you elaborate? You carefully guide the learner to apply this learning in different contexts or maybe scenario. Now, for example, as I took the example of circuits, if the learner has made a very simple circuit, maybe just using one LED or one bulb, guide them to make, they can make series circuit, parallel circuit, or maybe something like, a traffic light using simple paper circuits. Next comes evaluation. Evaluation there is a lot of research going on, when it comes to evaluation for STEAM or STEM activities. Evaluation, I feel, can be skill based. It can be concept based. Concept based, you can do it using a simple worksheet. Skill based, now it depends on the kind of activity you have taken. If I take example of circuits, again, probably you want your learner to know how to use wire stripper and how to remove the insulation of the wire, right? And if it's a grade, if it's a primary learner, maybe who's in grade 2 or grade 3, you want to test whether the child knows how to hold scissor, how to cut curved lines, how to cut zigzag lines, whether the child is able to do that well or not. So evaluation vary from activity to activity. So here I have two pictures which I have brought from one of the activities one of my teachers did with the K2 learners. So here if you see, you have to focus on, so in the first worksheet, so this was an activity about forces and interactions where the challenge was to hit the pins, bowling pins with the ball, but without touching the ball, right? So obviously the way is to by blowing air. So now here that once the activity was done, learners were asked to draw what they have actually performed. Now, if you look at, learner has given importance to the design of the ball. These are just two sheets I have brought, but I could see there were 20 different, artworks which I found. If you look at the second one, the learner has made the side view, right? And he tried to show at the time of the collision, when the ball hit the bowling pins, while the pins were falling down, how it looked. So evaluation cannot be similar to all the learners, or maybe the result that you will get from evaluation would obviously vary. Now moving to the second part of the session, which is international STEAM opportunities. There are endless opportunities available for your learners to take the learning of your learners to all the level. Now, first I'll talk about artwork-based activities or competitions. So NASA Space Place Art Challenge is open for age group 3 to 12. It happens every month. This is the link of the website. You visit the website. They always give a theme, monthly theme. They would give you instructions. The learner has to explore what that topic is about. It might be about some asteroid. It might be about, Earth. It might be about comets. It can be anything related to space, right? Learner has to draw, submit the artwork. If they like, they will post that on the official page of NASA Space Place Art Challenge. And then next comes to ESA Kit. Again, it is up to this is from European Space Agency. It's again from age group up to 12 years. This is the link, and again they will give you one topic, and based on that you have to make artwork, some craft work, some model. Remember that in both the cases, or in any of these art competitions, the artwork has to be the original work of the learner. Obviously, they can take inspiration, they can explore, they can see different artworks, but ultimately the artwork should be of the learner. Next is Space Art Contest by European Association for Astronomy Education. This opens once in a year. Normally, this contest will open maybe at the end of December or January, and the deadline is somewhere in March. You submit the artwork, and you can go to the website. You can read what are the regular, the rules to participate. It is category wise, age category wise. They choose, and then they send the prizes to the winners. Engineering design based opportunities, STEM opportunities. The best one is NASA Human Exploration Rover Challenge. This is open for high school and undergraduate students. This is again the link, and for 2024, this challenge is already open. You still have time. the submission of proposal is due on 21st of September. So if you really want to take your learners to conceptualize and to design and build and test the rover technologies for lunar surface, this is the competition. Next is Cubes in Space. This is for middle grades. It's again come from NASA. So here in this, the learners have to conceptualize and then ultimately make a CubeSat, which is of dimensions 4 into 4 into 4. It has to fix into this volume of cube. And first is about there are three. I believe there are three steps to reach the finals. And one, if you are selected, then they'll ask you to make that CubeSat, send it to them. You can decide whether you want it to fly on a balloon, or you want it to fly you want to fly your send your cube space or CubeSat into the sounding rocket. Amazing opportunities. Then science-based opportunities. There is this STEMFit Cup. It has come with very unique concept where you connect sports science with STEM. Yes, you connect the physiology of the body with STEM. When I came across this concept, I did not get any idea, but then yes, we participated. And again, it is for primary grades. Then you have something called Beam Lines for School by CERN Geneva. So this is the website. It is again for high school students. This is you have to conceptualize and experiment. Obviously, it's more of nuclear physics, right? The top 3 teams get an opportunity to visit CERN facility and DAISY in Germany. Now there is also opportunity for educators, which is called Scientix Ambassador. So this is the website. Visit the website. You can become part of the science community of Europe. Anyone from around the world is eligible, who is an educator or a retired educator or active educator is eligible to participate in this Scientix Ambassador. Last but not the least, my journey as a STEAM educator, which I have named as a journey from scrap to success. So why I say this as journey from scrap to success, because we started with nothing, but then there was just an idea. We started with an idea, came across, I explore internet like anything. When I talk about exploring internet, I have followed a lot of pages, NASA, ESA, maybe different European space agencies or different groups of STEM, where they share these opportunities. So first was space art contest, where where I submitted 3 artworks of my students, and one of that artwork. So you see, this is the original artwork of one of my students. She named it as the Necklace of Life. So this was submitted in a space art contest, which was organized by European Association for Astronomy Education 2023. So she made this where she, compared the Earth as a very, very precious jewel, because as of now, this is the only known planet which supports life. And she got first prize in specific age category. Next is comic art contest. This was organized by Applied Sciences Department of NASA. Here they gave 3 statements. Based on those statements, they had to make comic artwork. They could choose one, and they had to make comic artwork. Now in this, science was involved. They had to use different techniques of art to make this artwork. So this artwork was selected in top 30. We could not make it to finale, but yes, even making it to top 30 at world level was an achievement for the learners, because we learned a lot while doing this. Next was Unfold the Universe with JWST, which was James Webb Space Telescope. So while James Webb Space Telescope was, when it was launched, and while it was on its way to, where it is supposed to be in space, they opened this portal which is called Unfold the Universe, and anyone from around the world, whether it's a parent, whether it's a student, whether it's an educator, anybody who has interest in art could make any artwork which could show what would James Webb Space Telescope reveal to the world. So this was artwork made by one of my students. She made craft and artwork, and this was published on the official website of James Webb Space Telescope. There are a few more opportunities. HERC, we participated in Human Exploration Global Challenge 2022. Unfortunately, due to COVID restrictions, we could not go to US, but we did that in India. And the best part was we were awarded STEM Engagement Award. Let's watch this video.
This year's winner in the high school division contacted 3 local schools, and their focus was bringing STEM activities to the areas where STEM activities are not currently conducted. They engaged around 3,000 students in various activities, including seminars, drawings, and building Lego rovers. This year's High School STEM Engagement Award is Decent Children Model Presidency School in Punjab, India.
Then also we participated in STEMFIT Cup 2022, where the team won the first prize, or the gold medal. So this, if you want to see what was the experiment, it was 3 minutes. It was a long experiment, but we had to compile it into 3 minutes video. So must visit this link and you can watch the video. So with this, I come to the end of the session. I always like to end with one thought: STEAM, STEM, or STREAM. It helps the learner to visualize those intricate concepts of science and mathematics. Thank you.
As educators, presents the Aggregate Repositorium. Is a repository of some articles about STEM education. You can contribute with fill a form to refer an article you have read, and so everyone can have easy access to valid knowledge and easily organized. You can read, share, improve the STEM education.
So it goes.
Hold up your answers.
How is Mickey doing today?
You're just a really hard worker.
Bravo! Tebrik ederiz. Şahane.
Rotation ve position.
Evet, Ilgaz'dan alalım.
Hocam bence çok eğlenceli geçti.
Artbot Coding Contest teaches game development to 2,000 kids using .Big Bang. In the middle of 2022, we noticed many curious new creations being made on Big Bang with Artbot in their title. A little investigation led to the source, a Turkish education initiative run by Dijital Çağ Atölyesi, let's call in English Digital Age Workshop, in Ankara, Turkey. Nefisa Jabic Aslan is the program coordinator of the workshop. We called up with them to find out more. Hi Nefisa! I wonder if we could start with little intro information about Artbot game coding competition. What is the project all about?
Hello, I'm Nefisa Jabic Aslan, the program coordinator of Dijital Çağ Atölyesi, Digital Age Workshop in English, Makerspace in Ankara, Turkey. The space was founded in 2017 and has reached 9,000 students with its work so far. Officially, it is the first and only establishment in Turkey that has the features of a makerspace, hackerspace, and FabLab, and has been operating under the top University of Economics and Technology since its establishment. Artbot.com is a safe search engine developed by Dijital Çağ Atölyesi for children in Turkey. The little characters you see in that Big Bang creations are the Artbot mascot. Artbot serves many purposes for children, such as the Artbot game coding competition, which focuses on raising awareness about safe internet use and supporting students to be productive in the digital world. The competition was launched in 2021 and organized for the second time in 2022 with the Ankara Development Agency, a government institution, and using the Big Bang platform. The full name of this year's event is the Tech Ankara Maker Program Arbot Game Coding Competition 2022. The competition was free to enter and hundreds of children aged 8-14 living in Ankara province participated.
How did you find Big Bang, and what were the qualities that made you choose it as the platform for the contest?
People in the STEM field know that an important part of teaching coding, design, and game development is to constantly follow new advancements. We were looking for a new platform to take students learning block-based coding to the next level when we came across Big Bang. The most important feature of Big Bang was that it was web-based. Younger children usually didn't have their own devices and were mostly using their parents' computers or old computers that were left in a corner of the house. Those with their own device usually had only tablets. This situation made it difficult for them to have continuous, sustainable access to any platform, and constantly changing devices was a big issue. Big Bang was like medicine for this problem. A web-based and device-independent game development platform was like a dream that came true for us. That's why we immediately added Big Bang to the curriculum of our game development workshop.
Nefisa, we saw lots of exciting videos popping up on social media in which Big Bang was presented to hundreds of school children at a time. What were these events all about and how did they go?
2,000 students were introduced to Big Bang for the first time. It was an amazing experience. To explain the process of organizing the competition, we started by reaching out to schools, teachers, students, and parents via email and held meetings to further explain it. We also reached out to hundreds of teachers in Ankara through social media with over 400 teachers responding. We participated in the two biggest festivals in Turkey to introduce That Big Bang in the competition and gave interviews to most important national and local press, including TRT Çocuk, Hurriyet, Anadolu Ajansı, TRT Radio, 360 TV, and Haberturk. All of this increased interest in the competition, and schools began to invite us to introduce it to their students. We visited 13 schools and introduced that Big Bang to over 2,000 students. The stories, videos, and posts that you see may not fully capture the excitement of that environment. It was much more than you know. Also, the questions that the children asked about the competition and that Big Bang were very logical. Children are very excited about game development, no matter where in the world they are. And that Big Bang is a platform that greatly increases this excitement.
What kind of reactions and feedback did you get from kids and educators who used the Big Bang for the first time in the competition?
We were also very curious about the initial reactions to us switching to that Big Bang. We organized online seminars and workshops for parents, teachers, and students, which were a good opportunity to see reactions and take feedback and answer questions. Using a platform that includes design, coding, and game development tools pleased students, teachers, and parents. The curiosity at the beginning of the competition gave way to a sense of happiness. From this perspective, collaborating with that Big Bang in this year's competition was a very good decision.
Nefisa, how many entries did you get and what was the range of submitted games like?
A total of 417 applications were made, with 228 submitted fully and on time. We would like to thank all the participants who submitted 3D That Big Bang games based on the robot character, the symbol of safe internet use. We hope to have raised awareness among children on both internet safety and coding.
Nefisa, what was the process of sorting through the entries like and what was the criteria for choosing the winner or winners?
The main criteria was that our bot must be the main character of the game. The jury evaluated how well the message about our bot and safe internet for children was conveyed, along with the overall design of the game and how entertaining and educational it was. The competition jury reviewed games from every corner of Ankara and met to evaluate the picks. The games that received the highest scores were invited to participate in the online final, where they introduced their games to the jury. After the jury evaluated these presentations, the winners received their awards.
Were there any big hurdles you had to overcome in using the Big Bang and teaching so many kids the foundations of game design?
There were challenges in explaining that Big Bang to children of different experience levels and ages. For example, our online workshops used beginner or average level explanations to be fair to everyone. We were able to offer more advanced explanations where required, but we kept in mind that the process had to be fair. Also, that Big Bang's version 0.9 update in October 2022 coincided with the competition. The change of UI meant we had to explain the new interface. After a challenging transition, the new version made the game making process easier and produced more successful games. We are pleased that we were able to overcome the difficulties by communicating with the That Big Bang team, who worked hard to solve these problems with us.
Nefisa, do you have any words of advice for young aspiring game developers looking to learn more about game development and start a path into a game dev career?
As a makerspace that has been active in the STEM field for years, we are aware of how much interest and momentum game development has gained in recent years. Since the day it opened, our workshop slogan has been the meeting place for those who produce the future, not just consume technology. Indeed, we have brought 9,000 children into the magical world of production in one way or another. We follow their progress and provide guidance on which areas they should focus on. For those who watch this interview and are new to this field, our advice is to get to know themselves and their abilities. Game development is a long process and requires patience and the will to develop skills over time. It isn't a short-lived adventure. They should follow new developments and be in communication with others. Of course, everyone who loves digital production and games has a great potential to become a game developer, but whether it continues as a hobby or professionally depends on the determination and perseverance in that job. Thanks so much.
Bang the last go out.
So hello again. Now we can get to the game jam we organized together. I mean, how did it feel that something you organized out of your region had a huge interest, or what do you think about the competition itself?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite an amazing feeling to see people see value in something that you've made. You know, like I was saying, the kind of normal thing for games is that games in general, like if you think about all of the games people make, most of them don't work, or like most of them are not successful, either in the middle or whatever. So I think that, you know, building something, and we've spent so long doing it, and then seeing people come and say, oh, this has got value to us, we can use this, it's going to be good. That's just an incredible feeling. And you know, the first time that we realized something was happening is that we just saw all of the little voxel objects of ArfBot being made, and so we were like, what's going on? Like, why are there like 20 different copies of this thing? And it was interesting to see, you know, people's approaches to that, how they'd all, you know, interpreted the character differently and built their own thing. Yeah, so just an amazing feeling. Yeah, really fantastic. And I think it's the kind of thing I would have dreamed of happening when we first started building it. Like, really hoped that something like this would happen. So yeah, really, really fantastic.
Yeah, that's so nice to hear it from you. You have reached hundreds of children with this game jam. Also, it made people realize that Big Bang is like active in Turkey. Do you have anything to say to new users of Big Bang from Turkey? Yeah, like, do you have a special message to them?
Yeah, I just want to say welcome. I mean, we really try to build a community that welcomes everybody. It doesn't matter what skill level people have, whether they're an absolute beginner or whether they have like skills already and they've built games. The community that we're building is really intentionally trying to welcome everybody and give something useful to everybody. So yeah, I just want to say we're really happy that people are using Big Bang. We're happy that people from Turkey are using it, and just welcome everybody to the community.
Yeah, we are so happy to share these platforms with people in Turkey too. That's really nice. Do you have any future plans to visit Turkey? Maybe we can organize a gaming hackathon where you join physically. I mean, would that be lovely?
Yeah, I think that would be great. I don't have any plans to visit at this time. I think since COVID happened, we've been kind of like much more conservative with traveling, and I actually haven't visited the UK for 5 years.
Oh.
So yeah, but I think it's definitely on my list of places to visit in the future.
Yeah, you'll be more than welcome to here, And we have to come to the end of the interview. Is there anything you'd like to add? We'd love to hear anything else from you too.
Just that it's been really fantastic to see all the games and objects that people have made, and all of the hard work that the kids have done and put into their games. It makes me really happy that we've built something that people are enjoying and have spent time, building with. Yeah, and just to welcome people to the project. I think that's it.
Yeah, it was really nice to, share these emotions and all the creative things we've seen. That was really such a great experience for myself, and I think all my crewmates agree on that too. It was really nice to be together in this project. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Candida Manuel and I am an associate professor in the Engineering Bachelor's of Lusófona University, that is in the city of Porto in the north of Portugal. I am also the director of the Environmental Engineering course. First, I want to thank the organization of the second EASE Summit for this opportunity to present my work and learning about learning methodologies in engineering courses. That is one of my research areas of interest. The world is changing, as well as the technologies and the access information, and we educators of the future professionals must upgrade our ways of teaching so students will be more engaged and learn better, quicker and deeper. Today, I am going to talk about active learning based in problem solving in collaborative communities that stimulate students' involvement in their studies. The work that I'm going to present was done by me and Professor David Lamas and belongs to the project Inovar e Capacitar, that aims to stimulate the students' potential and skills that are important as future professionals, like the critical and creative thinking, collaborative work, communication, information literacy, empathy, resilience, and others. The project was funded by Human Capital Operation Program of European Union. The work that I'm going to present today belongs to the Activity 7 that aims to create collaborative environment with problem-based learning in engineering courses. Problem-based learning is an active methodology in which students seek the knowledge by themselves to find the solution of a problem presented by the teacher. The problem is very important to promote the students' engagement and can be related to real-world issues, open-ended problems, or longer projects. In PBL, students must present in the end the solution for their problem to the class. In this methodology, the teacher is there, watching the students' work and guiding them only when they asked. It is widely accepted by the researchers community that the PBL develops a deeper learning when compared to the traditional expositive methods. According to Edgar Dale theory, from the middle of the last century, we remember much better what we say and do when compared with what we read, hear, and see. In PBL, students must say and do because they have to brainstorm with their colleagues, apply the knowledge to find the problem solution, and then do a presentation to the class. And because students must discover what they need to know and seek the necessary knowledge by themselves, the skills related to learning autonomy, information literacy skills are also developed, as well as those related to collaborative work, communication, and critical and creative thinking. In this slide, we have the methodology that was applied in the first semester of the last academic year. First, we started by identifying the engineering courses to implement PBL. Then, we individually interviewed the teachers and organized a workshop to talk about the pedagogical practices, the PBL procedure, and the activities. During the PBL activities, images and video was recorded in the classroom, and after, a questionnaire was applied to all the students and we interviewed all the teachers again. To implement PBL, we chose the indicated curricular courses that are algebra, mathematics, biology, physics, informatics for management, risk cartography, flight dynamics and control, man-machine interaction, and project courses. These courses are integrated in the bachelors of aerospatial, environmental, civil protection, electrotechnical and informatic engineering, all courses of engineer. The regime was daytime, that is classes during the day, or post-work classes at night when for students that are already working. The PBL activities duration was from 2 to 30 hours, and the different pedagogical approaches that were used were from practical problems to projects. Students worked in groups, or in some cases they were working individually, and in almost all cases they have to do a final presentation. Several assessment methods were applied, such as formative with feedback, summative assessment, and also peer and self-evaluation. Different digital technologies were used, like Microsoft Visio and Excel, Google Forms, QGIS, AutoCAD, Esquelette, and other modeling softwares. In this first semester of the last academic year, 11 teachers were involved and all had PhD degree and in the engineering areas. And to be honest, their knowledge about these new pedagogical methodologies were not much until 2019. And then they enrolled in several short courses and workshops offered by the university or other institutions that were about PBL, flipped classroom, gamification, and other active methodologies. We worked with 322 students, and their response rate to the questionnaire was about 74%, which is good. As expected in engineering courses, we have a higher percentage of male gender, and the average age was about 23 years old. In this slide, we have the results of the students' questionnaire in global terms, and this figure is related to the profile of the students as learners in the classroom. We asked them 6 different questions about collaboration with colleagues, doubts clarifying with the teacher, activities involvement in the classroom, writing everything the teacher says, and being attentive in the class or participating. The answers were in a 5-point Likert scale, ranging from never to always according to the indicated colors. In the questions marked in the blue arrows, almost all students answered that they frequently or always collaborate with their colleagues, get involved in all activities proposed by the teacher, and like to be attentive in the class. Marked in green, we have the questions related to writing everything, with only about 60% answering frequently or always. In red, we have the question that we received only 40% of answers indicated that frequently or always they were clarifying their doubts with the teacher or participating in the classroom. In this slide, we have the items questions related to the profile of the student as an individual learner that is outside of the classroom. For example, like studying at home alone. The question 3 in blue, that is related to doing all the homework requested by the teacher, is the only one where almost all students answered that they were doing it frequently or always. In the 3 questions marked in red, we observed that only about half of the students answered that they frequently or always were studying continuously throughout the class period, consulting other documents to learn more, or reviewing at home what was taught in the class. In this slide, we are asking about the preference about problem-based learning, PBL, and teacher-centered learning, TCL. The possible answers were PBL, TCL, or equal, if it was equal for them one method or the other, or not applicable. And looking to the numbers in the figure, we can say that a higher percentage of students chose PBL as the method that promotes more competencies in teamwork, more learning autonomy, and activities engagement. But in the last item, marked in red, we can see that more students chose TCL as the method that was easier to learn. The black bar in the figure the black bar in the figure marked that for all questions is around 30% of the students that are answering that both methods were equal for them relating to the questions. Here we have the students' perception about the problem-based learning, and in this figure we have 8 questions to which students could answer yes or no. In the questions marked in blue, almost all students agreed that the time was enough, assessment was adequate for the PBL, teamwork learning and digital technologies facilitate the learning process. It was easy to find the study documents in the web. The problems that were proposed were interesting and that they understood the PBL method. The question marked in red is the one related to the consulting non-digital documents in paper. And this question received only 40% of yes answers. In this slide, we have the results of the students' questionnaire comparing the daytime and the post-work regimes. The data is not presented because I don't have enough time to present everything, but the main differences are the students in the post-work regime have around 12 years more than those studying during the daytime, and almost all were workers. And probably because of having less free time, a lower percentage of students answered that they frequently or always were studying continuously, consulting other documents and reviewing at home what was taught by the teacher. Here we are comparing the results from the students' questionnaire of the different school years. We can say that we have a lower percentage of students in the first year saying that they were frequently or always participating or clarifying their doubts with the teacher, but a higher percentage of students saying that they were frequently or always studying continuously during the semester and consulting other study documents. And what teachers said in the individual interviews after the PBL activities that they implemented in their courses. Well, they said that they were very satisfied about the students' performance. The students looked more autonomous, engaged, and more critical about their work. So the results were very positive. Even so, there were some difficulties that were mainly related to classes that have too many students. Other difficulty was related to some students that were having problems in starting looking for knowledge in working by themselves without the teacher's help. Another disadvantage of the learning process is that it takes longer than the traditional lecture to teach the same contents, but the knowledge is surely much more consolidated. When asked if they were considering repeating the same PBL activity next year, all teachers answered yes. In this slide, I'm presenting some images of students working in their PBL activities. Some are using the computer and the mobile phone. The picture in the center is with students working in the lab. And on the right, there is a student presenting its solution to their colleagues. And now I'm going to present some examples of PBL problems that were applied. Here is the problem about cryptography that was used in linear algebra. Linear algebra is a course that belongs in all courses of engineering. The students received a codification matrix and the secret message. And after learning how to operate with matrices and doing it correctly, they will discover the right message that here is Universidade Lusófona. Here, in this slide, we have the problem that was presented in the physics course to students in the first year of civil engineering and civil protection engineering. The teacher prepared a demonstration in which he was boiling water and levitating a ring. I'm going to show the videos here. Here we can see in this ring there's water and it is boiling. So we are boiling water without fire. And on the right side we have another video where we can see a small ring that is levitating. So students have to learn how is this possible. And then I asked them to talk, to see and present to the colleagues how the maglev trains work. The main conclusions are presented in this slide, and I just want to say that PBL was successfully implemented in engineering courses, and that students developed study autonomy, teamwork skills, communication, and critical thinking. The students agreed with these positive aspects about the PBL, but they also identified that the teacher-centered learning also has its advantage. Just an example how students develop their autonomy and critical thinking. 1 month after doing the PBL activity, I taught the students how to identify and solve differential equation of Bernoulli. And in the class after, 2 students said that they discovered another method to solve these equations and that it was easier than the one that I taught them. Well, I said, well, that's no problem, and asked them to come and present this new method for me and for their colleagues. And if it was okay, for me no problem, they can choose the method they want in the exam. And I'm glad that teachers are going to continue with PBL activities next year. Well, thank you for your attention, and this is my email if you want to know anything else about this project or about this methodology. Please feel free to contact me. Bye.
Hello, my name is Caterina Spitzer. I'm an early childhood educator, and what I'm going to present you today is about STEAM, open technologies, and education for sustainable development is actually an action plan for Sustainable Development Goal 12 in early childhood education. Let's have a look at a few words. The action plan focused on the development of the children's creative thinking about the effort to protect the trees in the schoolyard, to solve the problem of paper waste, and to search for solutions on how they can contribute to its rational use. Preschoolers created a board game while using digital tools and robotic devices, combining also sustainable education, STEAM education, and open technologies. Students fostered skills related to creativity, critical thinking, and collaboration. Let's have a look at the theoretical framework first. So what is sustainable development? According to the Brundtland report, sustainable development is a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So the term sustainability goes hand in hand with a search for a quality lifestyle that aims to use natural resources rationally, taking, of course, into account the needs of future generations. Why sustainability at school? Because a practical implementation of sustainability at school seeks to adopt changes to ensure sustainable conditions to the world. A sustainable school encourages students to lead a lifestyle of quality through an appropriate learning environment, adapted to its particularities and needs. So through the learning process, educational policy and management practices, this school will be an agent of change in society, since the students will form sustainability attitudes and, of course, adopt sustainable lifestyles. The 12th Sustainable Development Goal has to do with sustainable production and consumption, and of course is about resources and energy efficiency, sustainable infrastructure, producing more and better with as little as possible, reducing resource use, degradation and pollution, and of course improving quality of life. It requires the involvement of consumers through informing and educating them about sustainable consumption and sustainable lifestyles. Why STEAM and open technologies in early childhood education? Because early exposure to STEAM results in children's overall academic development. The use of open technologies can contribute to the improvement of the educational process in schools, can bring students multiple learning benefits, can strengthen their social skills, and of course the abilities required by the 21st century, skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, communicational skills, cooperation, and negotiation strategies. Why problem-based learning? Because it's a student-centered teaching model in which learners build new cognitive schemas through solving a semi-structured problem. The learners, through a process of self-directed learning, individually and collaboratively, apply the already existing knowledge to solve a specific problem. At the end, they reflect and evaluate the model solution as well as the learning strategies they use to arrive at it. The teacher has the role of a facilitator, guiding the students during the research process of solving the problem. The skills that are developed are critical thinking, problem solving, self-directed learning, collaboration skills, and the activation of instinct learning motivation. The Makey kit we used is a USB device consisting of cables and alligator clips that connects two conductive materials and turns them into buttons that can control and move objects on the computer screen. It does not require a specialized software or programming knowledge or drivers. It can get connected to physical materials and everyday objects with Makey to create a tangible interface that can control the Makey app running on the computer. Some materials that can be used are fruits, vegetables, and plants or Play-Doh plasticine. What were the purpose and the goals of this action plan? So the main purpose was to raise awareness of preschool students to what is worth protecting near their school, encourage them to take active actions through the creative solution of an environmental problem that directly concerns their everyday life at school through the construction of the board game. This action plan was designed and implemented in the fourth kindergarten of Kalamaria in Thessaloniki, Greece, during the previous school year, and 20 students aged 5 and 6 years old participated in it. Other goals were to develop collaboration and communication among students, sharpening of students' observation and formation of a critical attitude, connecting the school with the community, and adoption of attitudes and behaviors which will contribute to the rational use and saving of paper. The methodology we followed, the data collection of the present activity was based on the method of direct observation, while its design was based on the method of problem solving. Steam was used in the paper recycling process and board game construction, open technologies throughout all the steps of implementation and mostly with make practice, so as to cultivate computational thinking, critical thinking, and creativity. Learning through play was used in the creation of the board game to practice and reinforce useful guidelines for recycling and proper paper consumption. Implementation. At first, we had a discussion and we tried to answer the question, what is worth protecting today in our place? So we talked about planetary health, ecosystems, biodiversity, on the food chain. We decided that we wanted to protect something that affects us, the whole planet, something that is vulnerable and important to save. Then a field study followed, where students in small groups observed their yard, discussed, took photos with the Padlet's camera, and drew the elements of the schoolyard that favor human and planetary health. Student suggestions were recorded with a mobile app, and the video was created with Animoto. At this stage, we voted to select our topic and chose the trees. We read books, watched various videos, and talked about the importance of trees for humans, animals, and the whole planet. We also created a sound repository with our ideas of what the trees offer with thinklink.com. Then the problem identification followed. We talked about paper production, which comes from trees. We noticed that our classroom room is full of paper, so we wanted to do something about it. Understanding the problem and searching for solutions, we learned the strategies of paper creations and the effects of its consumption on the number of trees. We talked about the need to protect trees and reduce the use of paper in our classroom, so we also got to know the stages of paper recycling. And in small groups, students drew them. Each group presented their creations to the plenary, and all came together to create a group posters with all the stages of paper recycling. Then we created our own recycling station in our classroom while cultivating step-by-step thinking. We were able in this way to reduce the use of paper in our classroom by creating our own recycled paper. Then we wanted to raise awareness of our school's community. We decided that we should also inform the students from next class about proper paper management and tree protection in a creative and fun way. So for this reason, we decided to create a board game with the recycled paper we made. So students designed how they imagined their board game. Through discussion, we decided that our board game will consist of guidelines of good behavior towards trees and rational paper management. It will consist of a board, paws, and dice. Each student drew his or her portrait on a pawn, and on the board they drew advice about trees that would allow the players to move forward or backwards. Then we played the game with dice and oral instructions, and we recorded the instructions and gathered them into a digital board used Thinkly. Utilization of Makey was what enthusiasmed the students most. The Makey was programmed with audio instructions using the program language Scratch and the creation of tangible interfaces with wires and plasticine. Once the programming was complete, the connections, instructions, and the entire program were checked and the game was tested from students. Finally, the game was included in children's activities. The dissemination. Collaborative construction of posters with messages about the tree's protections that were placed on the trees in the yard to inform parents and neighborhood's residents. We participated in the 5th Greek competition of open technologies in education. We participated in the photo contest of the program Click Protected of the Environmental Education Department of Eastern Thessaloniki, from which we received a distinction. And also we participated in the Educational Leader Awards 2023 competition, where our action won the bronze medal in the Cultivation of Environmental Awareness category. Our results were that this activity, actually the action plan, helped students express themselves, develop cooperation, and cultivate their critical thinking and creativity. Students were able to understand the consequences of human actions on the environment, solve real problems, and became aware of sustainability issues. Also, they created opportunities to observe and critically evaluate the environment, familiarize themselves with new knowledge through creative ways while utilizing computational thinking and the programming process. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Pere Villanova and I work as a European project manager at Excite, the European network of science centers and museums in Brussels. I am pleased to be presenting the European project Road Steamer and its findings at the East Summit, Second European Summit of STEAM Educators. Road Steamer has been conducting research work on the criteria that are crucial in mapping and analyzing STEAM practices in Europe. Let's begin with a short reminder. What is STEAM education? Well, first of all, we go to STEM. STEM's latest version attempts to incorporate the arts, which would be STEAM, with an aim to transform its teaching to a more attractive and impactful exercise. Modern STEAM approaches also integrate problem-solving and inquiry-based learning, developing both hard and soft capabilities in the framework of 21st century skills. We do that by adding the A of the arts to STEM. Therefore, STEAM education could be defined as an interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approach, equipping people with a more holistic view of the world. Why it matters? Well, it matters because European member states spend on average 5% of their GDP on education. However, about 25% of European Union citizens think the education they had received wasn't useful to learn the concrete skills to find a good job. And that is where Road Steamer comes in. Our project, Road Steamer, attempts to develop a STEAM roadmap for science education in Horizon Europe and educational policy across the continent. This is a plan of action that will provide guidance to European Union's key funding program for research and innovation on how to encourage more interest in STEM through the use of artistic approaches involving creative thinking and applied arts. This roadmap is in itself a policy recommendation. RoadSteamer aims to get a shared understanding of Europe's particular educational needs and how STEAM can address them. It also aims to explore the opportunities arising through STEAM for integrated science learning approaches and synergies. And finally, it aims to study those policy deficiencies that hinder the impactful adoption of STEAM approaches in Europe's science education landscape. Among the first findings of the project, a set of criteria can be used to analyze STEAM practices in real-life use cases and to explore and understand how STEAM is currently practiced across Europe. The main key findings of RoadSteamer so far are collaboration, disciplinary interrelationships, thinking, making, doing, creativity, real-world connection, inclusion, personalization, empowerment, and also equity. Both if you are a STEAM practitioner or a STEAM analyzer, you should take into account these key criteria. STEAM initiatives and actions are in place in all member states. However, the approaches adopted are fragmented and the quality of provision is unevenly developed. To address this, we are proposing a sustainable ecosystem approach to help creating and implementing a STEAM roadmap for Europeans. This approach aims to capture the needs, contributions, and relationships of all education-related actors and elements towards a holistic, sustainable ecosystem of organizational learning and promotion of STEAM-related innovations. RoadSteamer builds on arguments that STEM in combination with the arts has the potential to provide the framework for a wider engagement with science. We argue that STEAM could increase students' engagement, reintroducing creativity through art, and also catalyzing the creativity within the sciences. We also argue that STEM curricula may benefit from the integration of arts and creative aspects to encourage creative solutions, not only to problems identified within STEM, but in relation to broader wicked problems that can benefit from transdisciplinary approaches. Key to the sustainable ecosystem approach is the insight into how young people may encourage a wide range of learning experiences and be supported by adults, scientists, and policymakers, as well as peers in ways that could lead to future opportunities in personal, academic, professional, and civic realms. This vision requires teachers and organizations to think beyond the bounds of their institutions, to consider how collective action at level of networks can provide opportunities and address inequalities in a way that isolated efforts cannot. RoadSteamer is a 3-year coordination and support action of the Horizon Europe program of the European Union. It started on September 2022 and it will finish on August 2025. The consortium aims to provide Europe with this roadmap through the following several actions: collaboration and co-creation with the stakeholder communities of science, education, research, innovation, and creativity through intensive exchange, dialogue, and mutual learning among them, which will produce better knowledge and shared understandings of the relevant opportunities, challenges, and needs. A bottom-up approach emphasizing educational practice and practitioners' agency rather than high-level conceptualization of STEAM and generic top-down plans for its adoption in science education. And finally, a specific focus on ways to leverage the power of STEAM approaches. Following the RoadSteamer methodology, the following key criteria were identified. As we previously said, the key criteria are collaboration, disciplinary interrelationships, thinking, making, doing, creativity, real-world connection, inclusion, personalization, empowerment. These principles are all underpinned by the core principal value of equity. Equity as an underlying value of all STEAM practices. Also, it is worth noticing that concepts such as digital technologies, open-ended activities, problem finding and solving are spread across and within the key criteria. How did we conduct this analysis? In order to gather resources for analysis, an overreaching approach was taken from literature reviewing protocols. This was with the intention of utilizing as much rigor and systematically as possible, but acknowledging the limitations of the resources available. The process, therefore, proceeded as follows. First of all, identification of both published literature and published projects. Second, inclusion in the analysis using a combination of literature searching and contributions from colleagues across the consortium. And finally, categorizations according to key areas of interest identified for the project to ensure relevance to the focus areas of open science, open schooling, the role of arts, the boundaries between secondary and tertiary education, and the interaction with the real world. The University of Exeter team carried out the main database searches on Google, Google Scholar, and in the University Library keyword search, and educational databases such as Education Research Complete, British Education Index, Australian Education Index, etc., using the terms STEAM and education, STEAM education arts, STEAM and education and creativity. A co-creation workshop was held, which was used to refine and clarify the criteria to be used in the next steps of the project. It was then when equity was identified as an underlying principle and value that supports all STEAM practice. Articles are often discursive and argue for the criteria, principles, or features that they include. Very few articles, if any, took a statistical approach to proving whether or not STEAM approaches delivered on the criteria argued for. It is perhaps worthy to note that the complexity of the STEAM practices under investigation is reflected in the complexity of the ontological approaches taken beyond a positivist justification. But let's dive a bit more about how these criteria are reached, the published work on which they are based, and description of it. Collaboration and rationality are often articulated within STEAM practices in terms of those involved and their relationships, with an emphasis on the connections between people. Mechanisms for facilitating collaboration are also highlighted, including engagement through acceptance, as well as the role of technology, and the importance of communication, the connection to particular art forms for collaboration, such as music, and the connection between creativity and collaboration. Collaboration and relationality are often articulated within STEAM practices in terms of those involved and their relationships, with an emphasis on the connections between people. Teachers' roles are considered in detail as involving facilitation of problem solving, authentic tasks, student choice, and technology integration. Teachers are also seen as adopting multiple roles, including that of advisor, counselor, or guide. Teachers are also seen as collaborating with each other, engaging in dialogue with their manipulation of the classroom environment. Thinking, making, doing emphasizes the interactivity of these practices rather than considering them occurring within STEAM in parallel or separately. Different kinds of thinking are often referred to when authors articulate STEAM practices. Making and doing are more explicitly articulated interacting with thinking by authors who emphasize the role of the maker's movement. Maker's movement is a cultural trend that places value on individuals' ability to be a creator as well as a consumer in STEAM practices. Emphasis is also placed on object-based learning, the use of critique and exhibition, and the practice of critical making, all derived from the notion of signature pedagogies, where a set of pedagogies is established that is said to represent a particular kind of practice in the arts. The third key criteria is disciplinary interrelationship. With the array of disciplinary interrelationships, evidence in the sources and the varying definitions of key terms such as inter, multi, and transdisciplinary, it is impossible to offer a clear articulations on this. In some cases, disciplinary interrelationships simply means the inclusion of mixed disciplines within STEAM practices, or familiarization with content outside of the discipline, or freedom to move between disciplines. Another key criteria is creativity. Creativity is identified as a key element of STEAM activity. Creativity in STEAM is linked to innovation and the production of something novel, and also to playfulness, and to the concept of flow, Flow is the immersion in and focus on a particular activity. Creativity or creative thinking is often described as a skill that is developed as a result of engaging in STEAM practices. Creativity is discussed as a kind of doing linked to the thinking, making, doing. Overall, using creative activities within STEAM can be useful to making connections between disciplines or in support of collaboration. Creativity appears to be seen as a means of supporting other features of STEAM practices, as well as being an outcome that is fostered by those practices. One could argue that the connectivity fostered through creative practices in STEAM is one of the means by which STEAM practice can support the links between secondary and tertiary learning and between schools, universities, and communities in open schooling. Many STEAM practices highlight the importance of real-world context or real-world connection. Real-world contexts are often linked to problem solving and offer authenticity and purpose to disciplinary connections being made. The civic space is suggested as a real-world context that offers connectivity between higher education learners and the public. Some sources argue that the real-world context offers a means of learners connecting their personal meaning-making within and between disciplines. The notion of entrepreneurship appears in STEAM projects in both EU and international settings. Entrepreneurship is identified as one of the means of connecting STEAM activity to the real-world context. The last key criteria is inclusion, personalization, empowerment. The notion of inclusivity is developed across a range of STEAM sources, understood in multiple ways. It is suggested that acceptance is important in the design of STEAM activities, ensuring that participants feel able to fully partake in all aspects of a STEAM process, regardless of whether they feel more or stress confident in any aspect. Some of the discussion of inclusion is linked to the theoretical concepts of science, capital, and identity. It is argued that STEAM approaches offer a context in which young people are more likely to be able to develop their identity. STEAM is for them, and that students' active construction of personal meaning through STEAM leads to greater self-efficacy, confidence, and motivation towards socio-scientific learning. This is connected to the concept of empowerment. STEAM approaches empower young people and promote engagement due to the open-ended nature of many STEAM activities, based on inquiry learning and to the real-world context to which they may be linked. And finally, the underlying value of equity. A values-based approach to STEAM appears to be an important consideration in terms of both the nature of the practices and processes taking place, and the outcomes that are aimed for. STEAM is, at times, positioned as a resistance to a dominant disciplinary approach to education, embodying an affirmative ethical stance. Equity is also highlighted as a possible outcome of STEAM, for example, with the production of socially equitable responses to global challenges. However, this is probably more aspirational than evidence-based to date. Finally, the arts are seen as contributing to socio-cultural elements of STEAM practice, but often in the service of contributing to learners' understanding of science concepts, elucidating science concepts and demonstrating their relevance to students every day. More information can be found on our website and on the social media of Us Together.
One of our objectives was to secure funding for two projects implemented by the EASE network. So we're currently working on this Erasmus Plus funding bid in the sector of formal education. The initiative would enable school pupils to interface with industry mentors. It would also enable teachers to undergo training on STEAM practices. There will be an international bootcamp for the students, and we will be producing educational resources on meaningful STEAM education.
Welcome to Code Me a Story. My name is Gaja Zornada, and I'm the director of the Computer History Museum in Ljubljana, Slovenia. We're a museum dedicated to preserving digital heritage and at the same time increasing media literacy and digital skills necessary for the very technological future that we're all facing. Stories are one of the most powerful tools we humans have developed. We learn early on how to listen and understand the imaginary narrative world and connect it to our own experience of the world. We're also trained in creating these new worlds through stories we tell at home and school. We can use this familiarity of the storytelling landscape to teach new complex digital skills. Today, I am going to focus on why and how to reach out to kids who don't directly identify with coding or computer engineering or math. The technocracy of our information society has been built on limited diversity, and its problems are showing in these most influential tech solutions: social media addictive practices, lack of data privacy, digital labor exploitation, disinformation amplified by extremism. And studies have shown that we need to diversify the pool of people engaging creatively with technology if we want to progress towards a more user-friendly future. So the obvious bias for students with high-performing methodological, math, and logic skills needs to be acknowledged. We need to start including students with high language skills and semantic understanding, and students who understand the end user of technology and are more drawn to humanities and social studies. There's a concept of society we are striving to build for the future. It's called Society 5.0, a human-centered society that balances development and resolving social problems by fitting tech solutions into the physical experience of the individual in a conscious manner. The concept was proposed in Japan, but is becoming adopted in Europe because of the global pressing issues of aging society, climate change, and the arrival of potent AI technology. Information society has become unfriendly and bloated with complex technology, and Society 5.0 is centered on solving societal problems for each and every person, and not a future controlled and monitored by AI and robots. A deeper understanding of technology than we generally have today will be necessary, however, for every individual person out there, not just those good in math and engineering. And it's the opportunity of STEAM education to make sure children are not left behind in understanding because of fear or bias. Let's focus now on our approach to STEAM education with interactive fiction, also known as text adventures. In this program, narrative is the carrier of interest. We bring kids in through the allure of creative expression and give them skills to code. We find them in literary corners, drama classes, language studies, history clubs, and invite them into a world they have felt excluded from. We empower curiosity, and most of all, we fight fear of technology. Fear is destructive. Knowledge and understanding gives us power. We help individuals by making it a team effort, so nobody feels like they're not up to it. We present concepts and expose hidden curriculum because it contains invitations to join in on the beat, and we make coding secondary to other activities. We present it not as an end to itself, but as a tool to achieve other goals, just like drawing skills. They help you sketch out the layout of your room or a machine you want to build, etc. Coding does the same. The world used to be designed for creativity and exploring the unknown. I loved these old Lego sets. They had no limitations, only your own imagination was the limit. Today, it's really hard for the young to think creatively because we're locking them into a world of single solution problems. And that's why interactive fiction is so attractive. For the writers, it's a truly playful, expressive experience, trying to create a story where other people need to play an active part in it. It tells the writer as much about themselves as about their ideas of others around them. We've noticed kids tend to use this writing exercise to process issues as strong as social inequality or violence they notice in everyday lives. And just like other forms of artistic expression, it gives them the opportunity to not only adapt to the world out there, what school teaches them to do, but to introduce change. And for the readers, the immersion of oneself into interactive fiction is a special experience between reading a book and playing a game. You not only empathize with the protagonist, you are one. A structural benefit of interactive fiction is also that you don't need a whole team of experts to create a game. And it's still engaging for the audience. It can basically be done by one person, which means it can be taught in class. In a world of influencers and other people's social media posts, it's even harder than ever for young people to hear themselves. I want to emphasize interactive fiction is not just gamified reading. It can be used as a tool for discovery, self-discovery, and teaching values. So how to use tools of improvisational theater, story building, and interactive fiction writing in a curriculum implementation. The first rule of improv theater is to say yes. Don't close the doors, whatever prompt flies your way. Be in the moment and be very, very flexible. If someone says, look, a dragon, make sure to respond with something open, not closed. Closed answers shut you down. Open answers enable a conversation. This also shows respect for other people's input. If you're going to make a story together, you need to connect. We're often disconnected, and I've outlined some improv theater exercises that are good for making a quick connection in the group through active listening and bonding over celebrating failure. Listening is something we feel we do every day, but it's really hard to listen if you're doing a ton of other things as well. So this exercise is designed to focus you on what the other person is saying, and it goes like this. First person says a sentence, and the other person picks up the last letter of that sentence and continues a new sentence with the same letter. For example, I ate a good apple today is the first sentence, and the next sentence needs to start with a Y. If you do this exercise for a couple of rounds, kids will notice how intense the listening becomes because you're trying to catch that last bit of information. Much more intense than you're used to. Good listening means you're in the moment. You're focusing on the other person and you're working on building a continuum together. The other thing that we need to get over is fear of failure. In life, in improv, and inevitably in coding, there are a lot of mistakes, big ones, small ones, and we're culturally trained to feel bad about failure. But from failure, we can grow. We learn resilience through our own mistakes. This bonding exercise is designed to help us fail together and celebrate that failure as a start of something new. One exercise is to have people interchangeably count to 3, 1, 2, 3, except you clap your hands instead of saying 1, like this. You go, clap, the next person says 2, you say 3, the other person claps, and you repeat the cycle faster and faster. Inevitably, you're going to go wrong, and your partner is going to go wrong, and both of you. Whatever a mistake is made, you throw your arms in the air and celebrate the failure, and most importantly, get back on track. Persistence is key. You're not trying to become perfect, you're just trying to continue. Alternatively, you can have groups create a new proverb by each member speaking one word at a time. So whatever the sentence sequence is, you need to come off as a proverb. This is harder exercise for more advanced groups, but also good fun. You can use various methods of improvising the content. We use the story spine. It helps structure the improvisation process and gives you anchors for direct transfer into the interactive fiction code for the story. The spine is also a wonderful prompt-based way of thinking about the flow of your narrative. You start with some introductions and a routine, then the routine breaks and consequences follow, success or failure, or a new routine starts, etc. The prompts you see here from 1 to 8 actually help you design micro chapters out of which you will be able to create an interactive story map. For instance, once upon a time, there was a dragon or a mouse. And the reader gets to choose whether to follow the story with a dragon or to follow the story with a mouse. exerting active influence on the flow of the story they experience. Before you run out of steam, though, with all the various scenarios, do also skip to the end. The beginning is the right time to think about the ending, or rather the endings, since interactive fiction stories can have multiple outcomes. It's a quick way to test a story, but also you want a story that not only starts well, but also ends with a grand finale. And if you wait until the end of your brainstorming session for the grand finale, you might miss it. So depending on the group dynamics, we sometimes skip to the end, especially because of those multiple endings the player reaches by choosing different paths. This can also be meaningful and satisfying for group dynamics, especially if you appoint created endings to groups who didn't create them as an extra challenge. And for us, it's always a fun way to do things. After you get through the improv narrative exercises, try to summarize your story in one sentence in regard to what the protagonist wants, in essence. This is your story. The protagonist must achieve a goal, or dire consequences will befall upon them. And those are your 3 conceptual anchors. Now let's talk a little bit about tools and tactics for this cross-curricular literary coding session. We're going to look into some options out there, and I'm going to give you a quick tutorial. Every expressive medium has its particularities, and interactive fiction is no exception. When you're writing an interactive story, the system used heavily influences the form. We encourage you to consider what is an age-appropriate choice of the system for your group and to familiarize yourself with it. For elementary school workshops, we distinctly stick to choice-based systems where you select from multiple choice options, as opposed to parser game systems where you need to type a text command into a blank row to trigger action. The latter we reserve for more advanced groups and older students because of the cognitive complexity of blank screen challenges, in contrast with predefined options. Here we have an example of a parser-based system. You see the angle bracket prompt was followed by the examine oven, typed in yellow. This was what the reader typed in as a command. The system responded with the pre-programmed output. The oven is still slightly warm, as if it hadn't been used recently. The reader then entered another command, light lantern. The lamp seems to be broken, most likely beyond repair, is the response, and so on and so on. Sometimes it takes quite some time for the reader to hit upon the right command, and this part is part of the challenge of the game. This is an example of a choice-based game system. Sooner or later, you're going to lose. You're a junior spelling champion, your parents have been teaching you at home since you were 4, and so on. At the bottom, you see 2 red options. Even with all that work, it's very unlikely that you will win the nationals. And the other, but you can try, absolutely try. So those are the 2 choices that you click to follow one of the presented plot variants. This is the type of system that I'm going to show you around. The story was done in Dentry, and what you'll see, as you see below, and what you'll see in my presentation is Twine. Twine is an open source tool for telling interactive nonlinear stories that can be downloaded onto desktop or used in browser. It says, you don't need to write any code to create a simple story in Twine, but you can extend your stories with variables, conditional logic, images, CSS, JavaScript when you're ready. Twine publishes directly to HTML, so you can post your work nearly everywhere. Anything you create with it is completely free to use any way you like, including for commercial purposes. So if your students want to create an interactive fiction game and sell it at the school fundraiser, they can. Which brings me to our next hidden curricular item. Let's talk about open source. Open source as a movement started back in 1970s when students at MIT started using gigantic, expensive research facility computers during off hours in the night to code what they pleased, not what institutions instructed them to, and experiment with the capacity of the machines. Sometimes they made music, sometimes they made games, sometimes wrote poetry, but most of all, they creatively programmed something out of their own imagination. So the idea of every individual's right to use a computer for self-expression, despite corporate limitations, was born 50 odd years ago, and the open source community is a continuation of this idea. A global group of volunteer programmers contributes to a common pool of tools, ultimately enabling free access to a variety of computer programs and a knowledge sharing community. The open source community often addresses challenges corporations have no economic incentive to address, such as translations into small languages or creating interactive fiction writing programs, also not a huge industry, as you can imagine. When you use open source programs, think about supporting the authors and contributing to this global pool of tech goodwill. But I have another important hidden curriculum agenda to discuss. We've noticed active reading is a dying art in a culture of 3-second attention span, and we cannot stress enough the importance of teaching kids to focus on absorbing and understanding written information. And most of all, not deflecting from it because it's too dense or looks too complex. In coding, learning to read documentation or instructions is super important. I'm showing you the Twine Cookbook, which is an instructions manual that kids shouldn't ignore whenever they want to go deeper. There's going to be an answer for their question in there, and we need to teach them how to use help books like this more frequently, because that, as we see it at least, in groups that we work with, is a diminishing practical skill. We often even hear university students say, I don't know, I'd have to Google that, instead of going to actually find the answer. So this is what Twine looks like when you open it. You have a starting point, it's called Untitled Passage. If you click on it, you're able to edit what's in there. You added the title and you added the content, and you see the double square brackets are a way to create links to other segments of the story. You see that you can change fonts and colors and do all sorts of nifty things, basically through an editorial interface that looks much like your word processor. But there's a trick. Here's a paragraph I put in, and you can see that I'm following the story spine steps. Once upon a time, there was a tiny, tiny computer who felt really alone. All of the other computers were bigger and better and faster and more powerful. He tried to fit in, but they didn't even see him. Every day, the tiny computer attempted to compute a big chunk of code, and every day it failed and fell smaller even than the day before. But one day, and then we have here, fear of success was there just as always, but that fear didn't stop a moment of empowerment from happening. These blue text options, A and B, are links to plot variants, our first fork in the story. At the bottom of the page, you can see a menu with overviews of variables, enchantments, errors, source, and tools. Source shows you the source code behind it. Everything you see in color, that's actually code. There's a little bit of code in there, just enough to give you some insight into how you do things like define text color, background, position, or other basic HTML programming language commands. If you look at it closely with your students and read segments of it, you can have them see it's not as overwhelming as it seems at first glance. It gives you a feeling that computer code is something you can read, and that's the beauty of a tool like this. You can make it pretty lightweight and then increase the amount of actual computer code the students need to read or input. You also see the double square brackets are links to new chapters. Just by putting double square brackets around the text, the system created 2 new chapters named Fear of Success and Empowerment. We created our first branching. The next thing we need to take into account is that regardless of how simple the process is, we're still humans and we will still make mistakes. Now, error messages are a freak out moment for a lot of people. Alerts of any kind cause discomfort for users. That's why we should plan to have students make a mistake on purpose to get an error message and learn how to approach it. To demonstrate, I deliberately mistyped some code in the empowerment chapter, and I got a lot of error messages. This is perfectly normal. that seeing them triggers a fear of failure response. And this is where our celebrating failure exercise comes into play. We need to take these error messages as insights, not criticism. Because of the more complex story we will be building, that means the probability of errors will naturally increase. Let's look at how to manage the complexity of our narrative. What you see here is our first bifurcation into chapters: fear of failure and empowerment. You can decide one of them is a dead end because fear was so paralyzing, and have the story branch on from the other, like this. Here you see what happens to the basic story structure. If you are to continue each chapter with a new plot fork, you are adding exponential complexity to the story and all the relationships you code into the story. Have students use the map as a guiding principle for how much complexity they can really endure as creators. Going back to content, we can augment simple text with images or input fields and similar, like shown here in this riddle. If we examine the code behind the riddle, you can show students the large purple segment as an example of complexity that can be broken down into smaller, very readable pieces. As you can see in the angular brackets encasing IMG, which stands for image, you can show them that the text between HTTP and JPEG is the URL, the online address for this image, and it is listed as the source of the image, SRC. Height is defined as 100 pixels and the image border is 10 pixels thick. All of these things are pretty simple to understand if you don't shy away from a few lines of condensed code. The only bit you need to pay attention to is the way they need to be written down, the syntax of the computer programming language. And for getting the syntax right, there's a trick that I'll show you later. It's really nothing to worry about. All of this can actually be a part of the discovery work for the student group. In Twine, there's also a subset of pre-programmed macros, or single instructions that expand automatically into a set of instructions to perform a particular task, which enables students to play around with more complex concepts such as conditional logic, if-then. So the tool can do a lot more than just connect bits of text. You can have it respond to readers' previous actions or visited chapters, and so on. The website I'm showing you here is called W3 Schools. It has been around since 1998, and it is the largest web development site in the world with 40 million monthly users. It's also your basic dictionary for coding. You can use this very nice search interface to get your answers. Again, teaching kids not to be afraid to look for what they don't know. At the first moment when they get stuck, let them try and find the answer by inputting a question into search. How do I color the border of an image red? How do I underline text in HTML? All of their queries can go into the search box in the simplest of terms with no fancy terminology required to get answers. This is what programmers do all the time if they can't remember how something is spelled right or in this and that coding language. And to conclude with, I'll repeat, coding is a tool. Use it to express yourself, to make something come alive, to breathe interaction into your idea. Coding is not an end to itself. And the lighter the environment, the first introduction to coding, like Twine and interactive fiction, the bigger the chance for kids not to be turned away from technical skills, even though they have been labeled before as people who are not good at this stuff. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Rebecca White, and I'm the co-founder of Future Focus 21C, an education company based in Ireland. We use creative strategies in place to provide deep learning through tangible, practical, and evidence-based activities. by developing and harnessing learners' and educators' creativity for innovation and transferable innovative thinking, we facilitate tooling up for the 21st century. I'm looking forward to speaking with you today about one of our programs, Muneen Catalyst Sustainable STEAM, where we've developed a place-based STEAM learning program for post-primary teachers here in Ireland, but that can be easily adaptable for place, context, location. So let's start with a driving question. How can learning be improved by design-led principles? So by design, we really mean arts-led here. The key skills of collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, and communication. There are 4 key areas you can see on the slides, and this is how we're going to answer that question throughout the presentation today, and the examples that I give you. So learning, it can be improved by engagement, and what that means really is that we want to engage post-primary learners in high levels of interest and motivation around their coursework. Relevance, looking at global issues with a local lens and how everything relates back, therefore increasing engagement. A young person is looking at what is happening in front of them, locally around them, and being able to apply that to other situations globally. Application, taking content and giving learners the opportunity to use it in the real world and transfer it to other situations. And finally, access, developing learning opportunities for everyone in the room, whether that be someone with additional needs, someone who's based in a rural community and has less access to up-to-date information and places to visit as part of their coursework. So making sure that everyone's included there. So before we move forward, we need to look back and where we currently are. How can learning be improved by design-led principles, and within that, place-based STEAM learning? But where is the system currently sitting? Where are the educators and the learners working from at this current moment? So let's take a look at some of the headlines from Irish news sources over the last year to 18 months. Irish teachers abroad. Once you go, it's very hard to come back. We're now for leaving cert reform. Principals seek the right to disconnect due to additional working hours during the school day. My son loves film. I think he should do law. Can you help? There is a replacement idea for worn-out written exams, and are we bold enough to embrace it? So based on those very few headlines, it's very evident that there are critical levels of burnout amongst educators and learners, particularly at post-primary level. Educators generally feel underappreciated and overworked, and they're working within a system with a very narrow focus of teach to test. And quite narrow curriculum standards that they're expected to meet, not only over one academic year, but say, for example, here in Ireland, over 3 years leading to end-of-year exams. There's a great need and awareness for exam and assessment reform. Yet what does that look like? And it's that case of better the devil you know. We know we need a change, but unless we see something working and tested, why should we change? Why should we take that risk? Amongst the system, amongst parents, there can be outdated ideas of what a career should look like for learners currently in school. And the reality is that the workforce is rapidly changing, and what careers like law in this example looked like even 5 years ago is very different to what it currently looks like. There's a very high percentage of jobs out there that don't exist, and in the next 10 years will exist, and we need to prepare our learners to start moving towards those future ready skills to be able to exist in the future world of work. So overall, there is a need and desire for innovation, but not really an awareness of what that might look like in the current setting. So to recap on the current state of affairs here in Ireland, but typically evident in Western education models around the world, we're teaching to test, an out-of-date post-primary system with links to the Industrial Revolution, high education burnout amongst educators and learners, and no real confidence in leadership on where we're going. So how can we mitigate this? How can we go back to that original question I posed? How can learning be improved by design-led principles? But overall, how can we start moving towards a system that is more enriched, transferable, and future ready? Here are some ideas. One project across learning areas, pushing that cross-curricular team planning, teaching, and assessment and development, which leads to less planning in the long term when you're working with your colleagues on one project across the different subject areas. Built-in assessment models. We're not trying to achieve one good result in an end-of-year exam or mini tests throughout the year, that there's different ways for the learners to show what they've learnt and show the skills that they've developed. That we connect to what they've learnt to what they're going to learn. So setting them up with a lovely foundation for their learning within senior years of schooling and then undergrad studies if that's what they choose to go on to. Transferable skills development, that they can use what they've learned in one area and adapt it and amend it to use it in different subject areas. Increasing engagement and responsibility on the learners, giving them autonomy over their learning and the direction of their learning. The teacher moving more to a facilitator rather than the fountain of all knowledge at the front of the classroom, and opportunistic professional development by doing. So I'm going to talk a bit more about our programs and show how the teachers are being developed by using the resources in the classroom, and they are gaining new skills themselves and a different way and methodology of teaching the content knowledge that they are experts in. Enabling learners to have access to state-of-the-art research and engagement with global case study and researchers through our learning resources, and an online peer support network. So let me introduce you to the program. Unique Catalyst Sustainable STEAM is currently a 2-year program funded by the Science Foundation of Ireland and the Department of Education. So you can see on the map there of Ireland divided into the regions. We are working predominantly in the Munster region, that blue section in the bottom left half of the country, but we do work within other regions in Ireland. Our remit is to roll out amongst 16 schools across Munster and working with learners and teachers on the rollout of using the resources. So we work with a transdisciplinary team of researchers, students, teachers and curriculum developers to design our resources. So through the production of lesson plans and blended learning resources with 21st century future ready skills, creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, creative problem solving, design thinking and the ability to communicate, we work with teachers and learners across varying themes of our programs. So the Muneen Catalyst Sustainable STEAM program extends and beta tests the existing place-based STEAM SCG curriculum resources that we've developed. We have a curriculum for all approach. So going back to that question I asked about how is learning improved by design-led principles? Access, making sure that everyone in the room is catered for through differentiated learning strategies and approaches. Our program was developed to support teachers and learners to become future ready and maximize their potential, no matter the subject-specific choices of the learner or the subject-specific expertise of the teacher. So we bolster this through in-class teacher training and continuing professional development, and we seek to facilitate embedded design-led, innovative and engaged learning within the national curriculum. So let's take that 3-tiered cake in the middle of the slide. We take the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and we break them into key areas of biosphere, society and economy. So our programs all align with some of the Sustainable Development Goals. SDG 4 runs through all programs, whereas for the likes of ocean literacy, for example, we really focus down on SDG 13 and SDG 14 there. Our transdisciplinary team support us in developing these resources. We do not claim to be content experts in climate science, growing and foraging, media communications, etc. So we rely on educators, artists, external experts, scientists and designers to help bring that content knowledge to us, and we align that with our bespoke methodology. So what is the methodology? We really look at the PCR and the place-based STEAM methodology. So place-based STEAM methodology takes design thinking, experiential learning, and project-based learning. It aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals as a thematic principle. It uses arts-led skills, those big C's, creativity, collaboration, communication, and critical thinking, to frame all the learning. And there's a real focus on discussion, reflection, and development of effective real-world solutions to key global challenges, but specifically at a local level. So going back again to that engagement, what can they see in front of them, and how is that relevant to their world, but also the world as a whole? So our program is delivered through transition year, predominantly in Ireland. This is an optional school year. It's the equivalent of year 10, and the learners are around 15 to 16 years old. And it supports them into their transition to senior cycle learning, the final 2 years of school. So we augment the existing curriculum, as I've said, with these design-led 21st century future-ready skills. But the beauty of transition year itself is there is no set curriculum. So schools and teachers are really free in what they choose to work with during that year with those learners. So you can see our current and future programs, and at the time of recording this, a lot of those future programs are completed. So this project builds on 3 years of research and testing. The program was developed again using universal design principles to make sure everyone in the room is included, and an eco co-design methodology by my colleague Dr. Anita McKeown, with social and environmental justice issues embedded in its process. So we have programs that really get the kids out growing, foraging, devising food, to looking at sustainable fashion, what wearables look like now and what they could look like in the future, sharing and developing really effective messaging and marketing through our media communication module, really digging into climate science and engaging young people with climate change adaptation rather than mitigation, redesigning and rethinking abandoned buildings using green technology through our Dreams Design Unit. So there's a real varied approach, and again, all of our modules are designed to be cross-curricular so that subject teachers can work together on the same module using their own expertise to feed into what the resources give them to use in the class. So let's look at some examples of some of the resources. So this is taken from our problem to pitch module, which is a design thinking program leading students through the 5 stages of design thinking to prototype, test an idea, a product, a solution to a problem. It's quite generic. It enables them to look at what's happening in their local community and see and find solutions to problems locally, which they can then connect to a global issue or global circumstance. We also have this module, this program, Problem to Pitch, repurposed in another program called Passion to Purpose, and it is the same design thinking process, except we really drill down on the learners being able to consider their values, their passions, and what they can do with that beyond their school life. So these are examples of stakeholder mapping. So the empathy phase of design thinking. We spend a lot of time here because we want young people to consider who might be using their product or service that they're developing, or who might be the recipient of the solution of the problem that they're looking to solve. So we get them to look at their surroundings in the zone mapping, starting from their location, their school, moving out to their local community and wider, and all of the individuals organisations, governance, civil society stakeholders that might be there. Continuing to look at empathy, this is problem to pitch, but repurposed specifically around a school that wanted to build or construct a 1 kilometre wellbeing trail around the perimeter of the school that students and staff could use during school hours and general community could use as a walking track outside of school hours. So we worked alongside this school and amended our problem to pitch resources to really look at the development of that trail and different pause points along that trail. So again, spending time on what are the needs of the users on that trail. We do a lovely activity that has been inspired by Stanford Design School's 5 Chairs activity. So they get to start prototyping quick and dirty chairs that might be used along the trail for different users' needs. So they're taken through a lesson plan with their teacher, they're provided the worksheets. In this case, it is character cards, and they're given materials to construct paper, card, plasticine, very quick and dirty prototypes of what those chairs might look like. And it's a really great exercise for them because we've got to take them out of the mindset that they're designing for themselves or something that they'd like. They need to consider their user, their audience, their recipient there. These resources are taken from our Seeding Sustainability module. Now, Seeding Sustainability, if a school, a group of teachers took this on for a whole academic year, they'd be working towards the Ice Cream Olympics. So this is a project where the end objective is for teams of learners to devise ice cream flavours from locally foraged or sourced or produced ingredients. And they devise games using special churning balls that will churn the ice cream ingredients while they're playing these games in the Ice Cream Olympics. Then there's a little bit of a judging panel and they get to decide the winning ice cream flavour. Now, the modules don't need to be taken on as a whole academic year. They can be looked as almost like a menu that teachers can pick and choose components of what they'd like to do. So for example, a teacher might just want to focus on food production and food systems within a home economics class. So the food map of Ireland really gets them to start looking at food sovereignty. Where does food come from? Who owns those suppliers and those exporters? How sustainably is it getting moved around the country? A teacher might be looking at growing, designing garden beds, looking at how soil is treated and considered to grow produce. So the designing herb and garden bed lesson might work for them. Or a teacher wants to look at biodiversity in the local community or local school area, and they might take part in our local flora and fauna scavenger hunt. So the exercises, the resources are really designed to be low on teacher talk and high on impact, engagement, interaction, discussion, and reflection. So they are just a sample of some of the many resources that we have. I'll be sharing with you a website address that you can access them in more detail at the end of the presentation. But just to give you a quick overview of our initial findings from the program. So since its inception, we've worked with over 1,300 learners and their teachers to inform the development of these resources. And learners reported confidence and competence to make change and problem solve when using these resources. So how do we know this? We engage in something called 3-2-1 feedback. We do it with learners and with teachers, but we also include it as an activity in all of our lesson plans so that teachers can begin to get into that habit of peer reflection and reflecting on lessons and their own practice and what the students have gotten out of it in order for them to amend and iterate what they're doing with them. And it should be a constantly evolving process. So the 3-2-1 feedback is as simple as 3 things I enjoyed about the class or the lesson, 2 things I'd like to know more about, and 1 piece of extra feedback. So that might be an opinion on something they really enjoyed, or it could be more constructive and something they didn't enjoy. But we do always ask, if you're going to say why you like or dislike something, please give reasons for that. Please justify why, which helps us amend and iterate and help you more to get the experience that you're looking for out of it. So let's go back to that earlier slide of how is learning improved by design-led principles. We make STEM subjects more engaging and more accessible by using arts-led skills. We develop design thinking skills and active learners. They are learning by doing, they are learning by trial and error, they are directing their learning. Increasing local knowledge and connection to place while developing global knowledge and understanding of what's happening in the world around us. Encourages enterprise and innovation and builds skills and competencies relevant to the 21st century. So overall, we're supporting and encouraging self-directed learning, those big C's of arts-led skills, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and creativity. Engaging learners in practicing research skills while having access to state-of-the-art information and engagement with expertise in the relevant field of the theme of the module. So with all successful programs, and we feel so far that the Munich Catalyst Sustainable STEAM program has been successful, there are obstacles and challenges. So teacher retention, working in a post-primary setting means that you are very restricted on the types of problems, projects you can engage in outside of transition year because of the curriculum standards that you have to meet and because of your workload. So we did find with some cohorts of teachers, they were very enthusiastically involved in being inducted into our program, using our resources, and then their involvement tended to dissipate out as they got busy, understandably, with exams or other commitments within the school year. There is a reluctance amongst post-primary educators to engage in continuous professional development outside their mandated hours here in Ireland, which is quite different to primary school educators. If you are a primary school teacher in Ireland, you can do certain professional development courses that reward you with extra personal vacation days, and that doesn't exist in post-primary level. So outside their mandated hours of engaging in courses and workshops, there tends not to be a lot of engagement in doing anything outside of those hours. So with our program, the teachers are getting upskilled while they're using the program. This is not meant to create more work for a teacher. It's highly scaffolded. It's really well laid out for a teacher to use and prepare prior to the lesson. There's minimal preparation time. Some lessons have a little bit more prep to do in terms of materials than others, but in general it's very easy to prepare for these because the teacher is the facilitator. They are not expected to know everything, and the emphasis is on the learner to engage and gain the skills of gaining and sourcing and reflecting on information and practicing their skills use. So by using our materials, the learners and the teachers are able to upskill. Despite the fact we've kind of moved to a point beyond COVID, that COVID overwhelm still exists. It's almost a backlog of going online, being in lockdown, and having to meet certain targets that we're still coming out of, and still, getting used to that face-to-face learning and the stresses and the burnout in a different way as a result of going back to normal. So for the classes that we've worked with, for the work we've done to date, and the design sprints that we've done, using those class by class 3-1 evaluations and daily reflective logs, our main findings are the understanding of the education landscape post COVID-19 restrictions here in Ireland, for example, has had a large impact over the 2 years, that teachers and learners are dealing with overwhelm. And embedding new programs, even in transition year, is more difficult than in previous years. However, we are seeing a need more and more and requests for skills and competency-based programs, more experiential and active learning. So we hope, as things begin to settle more with the schools we currently have on board, that there's more readiness to engage with what is being offered beyond the successes we have already had. So our next steps, the majority of our programs are designed. However, we are still working on finalising some more into 2023 and early 2024. We do work on design sprints. We take some of that content material and run 5-day immersive design sprints. So they are continuing to be developed. But ultimately, in order for this program to be sustainable, it needs to be able to be adapted and amended as new research, as new information, as new opportunities come to light, which is much easier to do than trying to create a change to national curriculum, which historically does take a lot more time. So being on a platform and being able to amend these resources at intervals as we are able to means that our content will be very relevant, very accessible, and completely up to date. We're onboarding more schools within the Munster region, but we're very welcoming, very happy to work with schools outside of the Munster region, in other parts of Ireland and overseas. And we offer monthly clinic support, induction support, and team teaching where possible to any schools that might be interested. And again, that leads to our engagement outside of Ireland. So we have previously worked with schools in other places outside of Ireland. So again, if this is something that you're interested in discussing more, please do get in contact. So thank you very much for listening to my talk today. I hope you found it useful. I hope you can see how taking place-based STEAM methodologies here in Ireland and creating a suite of resources that are aligned to Sustainable Development Goals, project-based learning and experiential learning is successful and continues hopefully to be a success. We are on all socials there under Future Focus 21C. And you can contact me on either of those email addresses that are on the slide currently. And I look forward to hearing from any of you who are interested in engaging and working with our learning materials. And very important to note, they are absolutely free of charge to use. All it requires is a sign up with your email to our platform. And the website is there on the screen, so you can take a look yourself in more detail. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hi everybody, I'm Alessandra Angelucci, a mathematics and physics teacher at high school Liceo Plinio Senior in Rome and a volunteer of Ingegno.b and Decorative STEM. I'd like to share with you some ideas and activities about drawing in teaching geometry. If you want to draw with me, take checkered sheets, pencils and razor. Maybe a drawing compass and a protractor can be useful. Leave the ruler please. Or if you prefer, you could open a page on GeoGebra online. If I run too much, don't worry, you can retrieve all the information in the file on the site. Yes. I don't know how it goes in your countries, but in Italy, high school, we have a problem with Euclidean geometry. Many teachers do little of it, considering it very expensive in terms of time and not useful. I disagree, and I'll tell you why. I'll propose a path to make geometry easier to teach and to learn, and more significant, I hope. In particular, I give you indication to make students very good in drawing. I have to confess that I firmly believe that the concreteness of mathematics lies in its abstractness. What's geometry? Geometry includes those parts of mathematics that exploit visual intuition to remember theorems, understand proofs, inspire conjectures, perceive the reality and provide a deep global understanding. Geometry is important because it's beautiful. It's strongly intertwined with the other branches of mathematics, links real and cultural world. It's a mind of interesting things, gives a method to deal with problems. It has many applications. It's not trivial and requires creativity. It's the first deductive logical system, very important. Educates to critically interpret and design images. How teaching geometry? For a detailed discussion of possible approaches, I give you an article here in the link by Vinicio Villani. But today I'll present a proposal for teaching Euclidean geometry for the 9th and 10th degrees on 13, strongly based on the mastery of drawing. In the article of Villani, there are a lot of proposals for all the grades of school. My proposal is in 7 points. Simplify as much as possible. That means don't prove, eliminating proof of obvious theorems, issues that can only be appreciated by some teachers, and technicalities incomprehensible to the majority of students. Enhance the knowledge already possessed by students. All these theorems are known by students at the main grade. How pretend not? They're useful for drawing and to solve exercises. Show proof from the introductory chapter using the power of drawings. Link to other disciplines, as physics, for example, but also art, science, literature, why not? Just study the proof of non-obvious theorems, but have a lot of demonstration exercises for students. The UMI team, an important Italian association of teachers, has identified 10 fundamental theorems to be proven in 2 years. It can be done. Don't strictly follow book index. Be creative. Teach how to make clean, correct, and large drawings of triangles, because they're fundamental to build to all over figures. First of all, freehand on square sheets, later also with software. Today I show you drawings made with GeoGebra, but only for a matter of time. Mind the gap 1. Given the triangle ABC, students do that. It's wrong, but it's interesting because they show knowledge that we can use. The theorem of triangle, isosceles triangle, for example. Or, of course, the figures is wrong also if the assignment is to draw a right triangle. But also figures small, figures wrong, figures mute, without the indication of the assignment are useful or wrong. Okay, 3 monkeys. I recall that because it's a very rich theorem, and we'll use that. 2 sides equals, but also 2 angles here and 2 angles here, and the height that divides the base into equals part. Okay, go with the first activity. Okay, we see how to properly draw triangles using the isosceles triangle theorem. The assignment is draw a right isosceles triangle. Okay, I'll show you how we use that. We start from the base of multiple 8 squares. I'll show you why later. We put the midpoint, not use the function midpoint in GeoGebra, please. We draw a perpendicular segment. You can count the same number of squares of the base. I'll explain you why later. So then we use this part of the theorem that says that the angles on the base are equals. So 35 degrees, then and a half of a right angle. So we can follow the bisector. We can follow the diagonals of squares, reaching the height in C, and the same from the other side. easy, very simple. Then students can draw other isosceles triangle. We can move C closer, farther from C. We discovered that C is closer to H. We have obtuse angles and farther acute angles. How draw an equilateral triangle? We can use construction, but classical construction, but also the Pythagorean theorem to follow the ratio between height and side, or trigonometry. I suggest to introduce trigonometry talking about measures of sides and angles, because it's a link between, okay? With trigonometry, we can discover that a good slope, we will talk soon about slope, for AC is 7 on 4, and but it's an approximation. We have worked with students also about the irrationality of the ratio between the height and the side. But we can use this activity also using the isosceles theorem in another side, in another way, because now we use that the fact that the height divides the base in two equal parts. So if you put H closer A, for example, or closer B, we have scalene acute angle triangles. You can ask to your students to explain why only acute angle triangles. It's an interesting activity. But go ahead. Some students may have placed the right triangle on a catetus. It's okay, it's correct. It's easier to do by hand, more difficult with GeoGebra, and but it's more difficult also to do exploration. To have an equilateral triangle, we can use this position of C with a slope of 1/4, for example. So, go ahead. Another assignment: draw the hypotenuse of a right triangle rising on a catetus of 20 squares and with the one of 10 without a ruler. After protest a lot, students discovered the slope as a ladder, doing something like that. My students actually did it. Okay, it's always okay. The interviews. D'accordo. They started with drawing the triangle, and then they put dots in this way, discovering, using in fact the concept of slope without knowing that. Okay, in their minds or also on sheets, they draw is a ladder. The concept of slope is very interesting, very useful. The slope is the ratio between how much we climb in vertical and how much we travel in horizontal to go from A to B or vice versa. And more technically, the ratio between vertical increment and horizontal increment. In Italy, it's indicated with the letter M, I don't know why. But in fact, we have positive slope if the segment rises to the right, 3 on 4, 4 on 3, or 1. Okay, the increments have the same sign. Okay, negative slope if the segment rises to the left. It's very interesting very important because given a segment AB with a slope 1 on 2, the segment perpendicular has a slope minus 2, the opposite of reciprocal. And this fact is general and quite simply to prove using congruent or similar triangles. And it's very fruitful because we can apply that to a lot of things, also in physics, to draw this configuration of forces on material point in equilibrium on an inclined plane. The construction is not trivial. Okay, I'll show you how you can proceed using a situation triangles with a slope 1 on 2, the simpler one. You can put M, the point in the cross of the squares. You can draw the weight of 5 square. You have to draw 2 perpendicular from the tip of P and from M and a parallel line. This point is the tip of the component horizontal of P, and this one is the tip of the component perpendicular. And then with compass we can find the tips of reaction and friction force. Interesting and not trivial application of the condition of perpendicularity. Coming back to geometry, using the slope, students can draw a triangle resting on the hypotenuse, right triangle scalene, this time resting on the hypotenuse, slope 2, slope minus 1 on 2, okay, or others, any slopes have these difficulties. And the condition remain also for isosceles triangles because the slope of AC was 1 and the other one minus 1. And now students can draw a representation of Pythagorean theorem, for example. Here I drew a triangle with 3, 4, 5 sides to introduce Pythagorean theorem. Very easy to prove, very interesting. And now I close the circle, talking about how introduce from the first chapter of the book for the starting of your path demonstration using the power of images. Here there's a reference to an article. For example, opposite angles at vertex. We have 2 flat angles by definition of opposite angles. We have angles in common, we have to subtract, and we have equals angles. Or sum of interior angles of triangle. We use the theorem of parallel cut by transverse. The same colored angles are equals. Then we can see that the sum of internal angles are a flat angle. The sum is a flat angle. Then we can prove also something out the geometry. For example, the sum of unconsecutive naturals starting at 1. We can represent n consecutive naturals in this figure, and we can complete the figure with another triangle. We can find the area of the rectangle as n and n plus 1, but we need only an half. So it's a particular drawing, but it's also general configuration. We can prove Pythagorean theorem using figures from starting our path, because we can see that the area of triangle on hypotenuse is equal to the sum to the areas of triangle squares on categories, because we can obtain both subtracting from the area of the bigger square the 4 areas of triangle that are equals, because category and they have the same measure in categories. So, teaching and learning of geometry should take into account both the specific cultural, disciplinary, and technical aspects, and their expandability in life and the most varied professions, including those far from our and more personal conclusion. I hope I gave you tools to teach students to better master drawing, and that the proposed activities can actually help you and your students. That's a little bibliography, and thank you for your attention. Thanks to AAs for having me in this summit, and I say thank you to two colleagues of mine, Andrea Battistoni and Adna Perrotta, that helped me to do this presentation. Have a good continuation. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Anita McKeown, and I'm the Director of Smart Lab Skelligs and co-founder of Future Focus 21C. And today I'm just going to give you a brief introduction to the design sprint as a STEAM method for post-primary education. I'm going to introduce you to the design sprint, STEAM education, the synergies between both aspects, and then use a case study of a sprint that we did in March to show what that looks like in the real world. So, the first thing, a design sprint, for those that don't know, is something that has come from industry. It is time constrained, so it's 5 days, a 5-phase process that uses design thinking, and the aim of reducing the risk when bringing a new product, service, or feature to the market. It was developed by Jake Knapp from Google Ventures, and there have been many iterations since. The key aim of a design sprint is to disrupt the usual working, or in this instance, learning conditions, to build and test a prototype in just 5 days with a small team. And the process takes you quickly from the problem to a tested solution, and it is a step-by-step process. This helps teams to clearly define goals, validate assumptions, and decide on a product roadmap before starting development. It seeks to address strategic issues using interdisciplinary expertise, rapid prototyping, and usability testing. And this design process is similar to sprints in an agile development cycle. With regard to STEAM education, the STEAM fields are the areas of science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics. STEAM is designed to integrate STEM subjects with the arts subjects into relevant education disciplines. It is not STEM plus arts, nor is it simply using the arts to articulate complex science facts. A STEAM educational approach teaches students innovation, to think critically, and use engineering, technology, and imaginative designs or creative approaches applied to real-world problems while building on students' mathematics and science base. STEAM programs bring the arts into the curriculum by drawing attention on reasoning and design principles and encouraging creative solutions. The skills learned within art and design are instrumentalized within STEAM education to develop deeper learning. The synergies between design sprints and STEAM education can be powerful to foster innovation, problem solving, and interdisciplinary collaboration, particularly in young people, as it offers a structured framework for teams to work together effectively while harnessing the creativity and diverse expertise of both the STEAM disciplines and those within the team to generate novel and user-centric solutions. Some of these synergies can be seen as follows. Interdisciplinary collaboration. STEAM education encourages collaboration between professionals from diverse fields. Design sprints also involve cross-functional teams, and they align perfectly with this concept. Diverse ideation. Design prints prioritize divergent thinking in the ideation phase, and STEAM as a holistic approach promotes creativity by combining various disciplines. Prototype development. In a design sprint, teams rapidly develop prototypes to test ideas. STEAM skills such as programming, 3D printing, artistic design can be invaluable in creating these prototypes. But also it is the creativity of thinking and integrating the cross-curricular or multidiscipline, transdisciplinary aspects that is of value. Problem framing. Design prints start with defining the problem, and STEAM's problem-solving approach can enrich this stage by encouraging young teams to analyse problems from a wider array of perspectives. They both use a user-centric approach. Design sprints and STEAM encourage a focus on the end user, and if coming from an inclusive design perspective as we do, the aim is to include the most extreme user in the design from the beginning. This leads to less hacking to make it as inclusive for the most as possible right in the beginning of your project cycle. Understanding users' needs is essential for this, and we'll show you later how we use empathic design within our STEAM design sprints. They both involve an iterative process. In a design sprint, teams build, test, and learn from prototypes. In STEAM projects, they involve a cycle of experimentation and refinement. Innovation and cross-pollination. The combination of design sprints and STEAM can foster innovation in young participants by encouraging a cross-pollination of ideas across disciplines. This is something they do not get in a more siloed subject-specific education. Incorporating the design sprints into STEAM education can teach students not only technical skills, but problem solving, teamwork, and innovation. And there are a lot of educational opportunities in integrating the design sprint with the STEAM educational pedagogy. Real-world applications. Combining a structured approach of design sprints with the holistic thinking of STEAM enhances the ability for the young users to address complex real-world problems effectively and also in tangible, concrete ways. We also integrate this within a local context so that the young people can see very clearly the impact that their solutions could potentially have. And finally, adaptability. In our ever-changing VUCA world, the ability to pivot, experiment, and iterate is crucial. The synergy between design sprints and STEAM can be a useful force for fostering the innovation, problem-solving, and interdisciplinary collaboration that many young people do not get the opportunity to explore within the standardized curriculum. The structured framework supports them to work together effectively while learning new skills and harnessing their creativity, which helps them generate novel and user-centric solutions. So, returning to the idea of using a case study to illustrate some of the aspects and some of the benefits. So in March 2023, we developed a case study with colleagues from UCD Earth Institute. The overarching aim was to develop a game that would support young learners to engage with climate change adaptation. What we had found in our initial surveys was that whilst they were aware of mitigation, they had very little insights into adaptation. Within a STEAM context, you can see here, the team includes pedagogues, artists, designers, scientists, urban planners, and a serious games expert. A key aspect of a design sprint, particularly for young learners, is creating a conducive learning environment. A contemporary educational landscape really requires that educators become facilitators and guides. They steer students through the vast and ever-accelerating knowledge fields that they are subjected to. This supports young learners to take the lead, creates an atmosphere where curiosity thrives, and the educators can foster a growth mindset and cultivate creativity in students by instilling a belief that any obstacles is an opportunity to learn and innovate. Encouraging students to embrace failures and setbacks are integral parts of a learning journey, and educators can encourage and inspire them to push their boundaries. Within a standardized curriculum that relies on a test as an assessment of learning, the STEAM environment actually facilitates a much broader and deeper learning across disciplines, one that they can never have within a standardized curriculum, which focuses on right and wrong answers. The complexity of the problems that we will face today will not be served by one discipline. Therefore, it is important that young people become accustomed to working across disciplines, across knowledge bases, and using different skills and expertise. There is increasing recognition of the critical role of physical and digital spaces in nurturing creativity. Classrooms need to adapt to become flexible, collaborative environments that encourage experimentation and teamwork. Digital platforms can also be harnessed to facilitate blended learning, broadening students' horizons and enable global collaboration with their peers. Students also have an access to a diverse range of tools, materials, and resources, creating a more inclusive approach that can empower students to draw from various disciplines, fostering innovative problem solving that benefits from diverse perspectives and skill sets. In this way, educators pave the way for students to thrive in interdisciplinary teams, emphasizing the importance of diversity as a cornerstone of innovation. The team challenge. Within the design sprint, there is usually a focused end game. You are looking to develop a system, service, or product. Within our challenge, although we had an overarching aim to look at serious games as a means to develop awareness of climate change through peer education, the journey using project-based learning will be as much shaped by the learners as the facilitators. We work with the sprint participants to define the problem and co-develop a driving question, an open-ended question that supports a diversity of pathways to reach a solution. Each team can then interpret this in their own way, meaning their outcomes from the sprint are unique to them and the diversity of their team. Within industry, the team participants are critical, and although the participants in the learning sprint do not have the professional expertise across the disciplines as an industry team, the team's contribution is still critical, not least for the teamwork skills that they will develop, as well as bringing to the problem their diverse knowledge and experience. In this instance, the driving question that we co-created with the young people quite early in the process was how do we increase awareness of climate change and adaptation for young people aged 15 to 17 using game design. So this is an overview of what the design sprint looks like. Within day one, we are building in icebreakers, structured team, and skills building. Many of the young people may not have worked in teams before, or they may not know each other. So the icebreakers are structured to develop some of the skills that they will need and introduce them to new ideas and new ways of working. We then move into the next phase, which is beginning to define the problem. We set up structured activities that they worked on in teams to help them explore the problem and begin to frame some of the key aspects, as well as brainstorming and looking at goal setting. The next phase that we move into is the ideate and diverge, or the ideate process, which takes them into a different way of thinking about their problem. Again, we use structured activities to encourage idea generation across disciplines, and we also, when they begin at this stage, are encouraging them to start sketching, developing concepts, and also documenting their process. Within this phase, we also give them micro lessons. These are structured short lessons that will give the key knowledge needed from different aspects to enable them to develop content. In this instance, climate change, serious games, urban spatial planning, design skills. Once they've completed this, they're moving into usually around day 3 on their prototyping. This is an experimental phase which gives them hands-on building and testing and develops iterative designs through experimentation. This is the core aspect of the sprint, and one in which they will spend the most time on and are now fully self-directed in their learning. They are working towards day 4 and 5, where they'll begin to test and iterate their ideas with their peers and develop feedback and start to refine their ideas. In day 5, we ask them to showcase what they've produced. This will usually be a presentation of the final projects to the class, and they'll reflect on the learning process and the outcomes. Here we've included an example of some of the structured learning. So on the left-hand side, you can see an adaptation of MIT's 5 chairs, Stanford Design School's 5 chairs, apologies. And this is where they take The Simpsons and develop user profiles to design some chairs. In our instance, we took The Simpsons and we developed user profiles of gamers using Bartle's taxonomy of gamers. Within this aspect, the young people are beginning to develop empathic design, user journeys, and they will extract the information from each of the personas about what that particular gamer would like in their game. This helps them to begin to select who they are designing their game for. On the right, you can see some of the structured activities that we have in terms of game analysis and evaluation. The young people are asked to look at a number of games that are linked into, these are serious games that are linked into climate change awareness and information giving, and assess them so that they can begin to deconstruct what games look like in order for them to reconstruct their own game. So what does this look like in the process? As you can see from the images here, they are learning by doing. The activities take them through a step-by-step structured framework that supports them for success. Working in small teams, they will begin to become increasingly student-led over the process of the week, and with the self-directed learning. These students are self-selecting. So we present the sprint as an opportunity for a 5-day intensive process, which they will sign up to and then work in short teams. Within this context, there is other learning that takes place. For example, they do not have to ask us if they need to go to the bathroom. They can eat, drink at their desk, as some might do in a design studio or a design sprint. They are self-directed in their learning and the research and how they divide up the tasks between the team. We are there constantly for support in doing this. However, the self-directed learning aspect of the sprint is critical to the benefits of working this way and giving young people an opportunity to explore and practice skills that they may not get in other contexts. At the end of the week, we ask them to present their work, and you can see here 2 of the presentations that happened. What also happens is the young people develop very, very different games, sometimes games that adults would not develop, which we'll talk about in a second. As part of the peer review and the presentation, we work with them to develop an evaluation matrix, which they will then use to assess their peers. They are encouraged to learn constructive feedback, teaching them the feedback sandwich. Here's what was good, what was positive. Here's where we think there could be improvement, and ending on here's what we really liked and what we think is really exciting and novel about your game. You can see each of the teams have a name. And for example, the Rise of the Renewables, they were a very interesting team. In the development of the process and the taxonomy of gamers, we deliberately left out the gamer that would like the shoot 'em up style, like the Grand Theft Auto or Fortnite or Battle Royale. However, within the process, we realized ourselves that the young learners, we have to meet them where they're at. And if they wanted to do a shoot 'em up game, that was their choice. However, what the young people developed was a game that actually challenged many of the concepts of a conventional or traditional shoot 'em up game because of the nature of the climate change awareness and adaptation, as well as embedding circular economic principles. In their circularity, they had developed where instead of just getting points if you also bought any of the additional skins or skill sets or tools, that money could go in, they said, for a scholarship that would support other young, serious game designers. Obviously, there's a long way between the reality of that and taking it to market. But the point of the game is to begin to support them to change how they think about problem solving, developing creative solutions, and being okay with no single answer, recognizing that multiple knowledges will inform multiple solutions. We also have them reflect on each day, so they're learning through their reflection. We do a very simple 3-2-1, which is 3 things that they themselves feel they learnt from the process. You can see on the left here, we've divided it up into activities over the days. Then it's 2 things that they were particularly interested in or would like to know more about. This enables us as a facilitator to support them in developing an emergent curiosity that comes out of the process and signposting them to knowledge or information that is relevant to them and their process. And then the last thing is their opinion, the one thing, their opinion, if they liked it, why they liked it. If they didn't like it, they must say why, and we encourage them to say how would they improve upon it. So the whole process is continually dynamic. You can see also here, we asked the educators to reflect back also on the process, looking at it from the perspective of resources, the process, and delivery. So we ourselves are constantly iterating the sprint itself, looking at what works, looking at what doesn't, looking at how we can refine the process. So just to sum up in terms of the benefits of the process and what it can bring to the table, you can see here that firstly, learners developed games and solutions that address the challenge's target age group in unique ways, embedding the core principles in their learning. Secondly, they consistently reported they enjoyed working in teams, the learning environment, and that the learning was fun. This is quite an achievement because they are working from 9 to 5 each day. This is a 40-hour intensive with very little downtime. Learners and educators also reported that they connected to feelings and emotions around climate change, and we discussed how they could be managed. Learners reported that they learnt how to research, analyse and present their ideas, developing a greater awareness of climate adaptation and action. This was probably the least favourite activity out of the week, the research and analysis, in part because this is quite high-level cognitive function and it really pushes them beyond being given content and facts and an answer that they have to learn. And finally, what we saw, it is critical that those working in research share their knowledge in accessible ways. The young people reported that they are hungry for accurate, up-to-the-minute, state-of-the-art research because otherwise they believe that adults and leadership are doing nothing about this particular problem. The team also experienced new ways of working through reflecting on their own practice and have begun to implement at undergrad level some of the activities and ways of working that they experienced during the sprint. The learners also began to reflect and to self-identify aptitudes that they never realized they had, identify struggles that they had and how they could be overcome through the process of teamwork. So hopefully this is just a small introduction into using the design sprint in post-primary education, as well as straddling third level knowledge within second level contexts. If anyone would like to ask any questions or require any further information, please do contact us. And I'd just like to thank you for listening today.
Do you believe in sharing knowledge and the positive opportunities that collaboration and exchange bring? Then, you have to visit the Exchange platform powered by Ease. Ease Exchange is free and easy to use. STEAM educators can access downloadable and printable inspiring STEAM short lessons, and they can also submit their own ideas. The shared activities are designed to be easy to use in classroom settings as well as in out-of-school programs. How does it work? Simply surf to ease-educators.com/x-change/. Click on the lesson you wish to download to access it, or if you want to submit a lesson plan, click on Fill this form to submit a lesson plan. Fill then the fields. Easy peasy. Get started today and help us to reach 30 fun and inspiring short STEAM activities by the end of the year. Let's STEAM with ease. If you are looking for more freely available STEAM content, take a look at the repository edited by Ease in the Content Categories menu. All our activities are shared under the Creative Commons Non-Commercial Attribution. Inspire your teaching with ease.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marisa Correia, and I will share my experiences focusing the development of innovative learning environments for STEAM education as a teacher trainee in the School of Education of the Polytechnic University of Santarém in Portugal. To start, I will introduce the theoretical framework underlying our pedagogical intervention in teacher education. Nowadays, it has become crucial to transform learning spaces. But to begin with, it is important to have a clear understanding of what we mean by new learning spaces. For instance, to Mahat et al., an innovative learning environment is a product of an innovative space design and an innovative teaching and learning practices. A new learning space favors the development of different competences of the 21st century and allows teachers to rethink the physical space, resources, student, and teacher roles, and how to support different learning styles. This so-called modern classroom is created when three key elements come together in harmony: pedagogy, technology, and space. Research has shown the impact of the learning environment on student satisfaction and performance. Consequently, numerous schools and educational providers have embarked on initiatives to revamp their learning spaces, aiming to optimize the integration of digital technologies, foster collaboration, and implement innovative teaching methods. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development has issued a set of principles for innovative learning environments. These principles are centered around promoting social and active learning methods across various spaces, where the learner's motivations, emotions, and prior knowledge are taken into account. An innovative learning environment offers learners stimulating interdisciplinary activities and ongoing formative feedback to support learning. Research suggests that students should be involved in carrying out STEAM activities according to an integrated approach from the earliest levels of schooling. In this context, it is imperative to study ways to support teachers and pre-service teachers to conceptualize and implement an integrated STEAM approach. The ISTEM model proposed by Thibault and colleagues presents 5 features. The first one is integration of STEM content. The second one is problem-centered learning, focus on authentic, open-ended, and real-world problems. The third one is inquiry-based learning, which involves hands-on activities, posing questions, planning and carrying out investigations, collecting, analyzing, and interpreting data information. And the fourth one, design-based learning, which consists of learning through design, developing and using models, designing solutions, and opportunities to learn from failure and to redesign based on that learning. And the last one is collaborative learning. In our theoretical framework, we also consider the STEAM conceptual model proposed by Quigley and collaborators. At the School of Education of the Polytechnical University of Santarém, we have developed a project, Science and Math Creative Lab, inspired by the initiative Future Classroom Lab of the European SchoolNet. This project, launched in 2016, aimed at reconfiguring two traditional science classroom laboratories into flexible, comfortable, and technology-enriched environments in our effort to develop new learning approaches to motivate our students and to foster their academic success in STEAM areas, and ultimately prepare them as future teachers to design learning scenarios for these new learning spaces. These two labs are organized into different zones, inspired by the Future Classroom Lab, that match different learning areas whose aim is the development of different skills. In the area with the chairs on the left, students can present their works, watch videos, or listen to the presentation of the contents by the teacher. There are three areas behind the chairs where students can work in groups or individually. They perform practical activities or explore digital resources. To the left side, close to the windows, there is an area where students can work alone or within small groups. At the rear, shown in the figure on the right, there is a lounge area that can be used by the students. If STEAM competencies are considered crucial today, we need to prepare teachers to increase students' interest and knowledge about these areas. To meet these challenges, we develop activities that effectively integrate STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, and improve teacher education through co-teaching, which consists of collaboration between teachers of different subjects. The school curricula usually compartmentalize knowledge into isolated disciplines, so we engage future teachers in learning experience that make connections between STEM areas and others, such as arts, humanities, and social sciences. Additionally, students are engaged in active learning approaches, such as inquiry, problem, and project-based learning, which includes coding and robotics, and also the development of open educational resources. To help you become more acquainted with some of our spaces, I'd like to share a brief video. The Creative Lab Science and Math Innovative Learning Environment is constituted by two main spaces. The previous one is dedicated to biology and geology lessons, and this one to physics and chemistry lessons. The layout is similar with different learning areas. We have specific laboratory equipment for physics and chemistry classes and other educational resources like, as you can see, many astronomy models. In this innovative learning environment, we also have many ICT resources like robots, microbit, and drones that we use in STEM and STEAM activities. Not only have we developed learning scenarios for teacher education that integrate science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but we have implemented a more comprehensive approach that links STEM areas with other areas such as arts, language, and social sciences. These flexible and comfortable spaces imbued with technology facilitate the use of active and interdisciplinary methodologies, which includes learning activities integrating coding and robotics to develop computational thinking. We therefore sought to combine three essential factors: space, technology, and pedagogy, to better prepare future educators to develop learning scenarios in innovative learning environments. Since the implementation of the project, its impacts have been studied through the application of questionnaires and interviews and the analysis of pre-service teachers' assignments. The results revealed that students valued the distinct characteristics of these learning spaces, which gave us insights about how they perceived space, pedagogy, and technologies in new learning spaces. Briefly, we identified benefits related to the improvement of students' motivation, engagement, and understanding of STEM concepts. Besides, there are a clear development of pre-service teachers' pedagogical knowledge, as evidenced by the lesson plans they developed and teaching practice in schools. One major advantage pointed out by the pre-service teachers is that these new learning spaces promoted collaboration between them. In the creative lab, students manipulate digital tools in a contextualized way, not only to increase digital literacy, but to develop competence regarding STEM contents and computational thinking. For instance, using interactive simulations to combine real virtual experimentation in lab, and performing coding activities using robots and drones in STEM activities and projects. I will briefly describe a project we developed that consisted of recreating the environment of Mars by programming a robot to perform some tasks on the surface of the planet, like collecting soil samples, etc. The project integrated three courses in teacher education: language, physics, and mathematics. Students also elaborated the mission narrative, reporting the entire robot expedition, including the challenges encountered in the planet's environment to fulfill its objectives. They did so in several stages, applying a series of creative thinking techniques, such as building characters or working on narrative and descriptive discourse based on researching information on a topic, such as mythology, the very name of the planet Mars, previous space missions publicized in the media, among others. Pre-service teachers had to develop a learning activity adequate for primary students containing the story of the expedition and some robotic challenges. Future educators and teachers demonstrate that they have acquired knowledge and confidence to implement future interdisciplinary activities involving robotics. The participants revealed that carrying out interdisciplinary projects enhanced development of language skills and knowledge of some science and mathematics topics. The pre-service teachers also had the opportunity to see their codes tested in Antarctica in a partnership with the STEAM Antarctica project. Below, there's a statement of a pre-service teacher about the developing of such projects in a new learning space, mentioning that I wish these were the classrooms of the future because we could really motivate our students and we also feel motivated. There was no division between subjects, between content areas. To be able to have this dynamic connection and circulation of both students and teachers, as well as learning groups. Therefore, for me, it also makes perfect sense. We developed a STEAM program for pre-service teachers enrolled in a master program. For 8 weeks, the pre-service teachers performed several STEAM activities, learn about the theoretical background behind STEAM education based on the iSTEM model, and pre-service teachers develop STEAM lesson plans. After completing the module, pre-service teachers had the opportunity to develop and implement STEAM lesson plans for the 3rd and 4th grades of primary school during 5 weeks of teaching practice. This video shows an example of one of the STEAM activities that we have developed in the class, the bionic hand, and an excerpt from an interview with 2 students at the end of this class.
Cada grupo fica numa dada zona, apesar de não estarmos isolados e conseguirmos falar com os outros grupos. Por outro lado, também nos temos aquele espaço que acaba por ser nosso, acaba por ser do grupo, em que nós estamos a trabalhar o grupo, apenas o grupo. Os restantes grupos estão a trabalhar no seu trabalho. Ou seja, favorece a parte colaborativa entre a turma toda, mas ao mesmo tempo também favorece muito a parte colaborativa entre cada grupo. Nós trabalhamos muito nas bancadas, mas para além disso, no momento final, por exemplo, pode ser utilizada a área mais de apresentação. Acho que conseguimos aproveitar as diferentes áreas no mesmo espaço para diferentes momentos do trabalho, ou seja, num primeiro momento temos a apresentação do trabalho, o que é que vai ser feito e o que é que não vai ser feito nesse espaço. A seguir vamos para as ilhas, cada grupo vai para o seu espaço e fica a trabalhar isoladamente, entre aspas, e depois podemos voltar outra vez para apresentar os nossos resultados, para discutir ideias, para tirar conclusões gerais.
É um espaço que permite o trabalho colaborativo, estarmos nas bancadas a trabalhar em grupo muito autonomamente, há espaço para discutir, para nos movimentarmos também na sala, de estarmos a trabalhar ativamente e de estarmos ativos na nossa aprendizagem. Acho que o ambiente é o ideal para fazer este tipo de atividades. Tendo a experiência do meu estágio, que a sala estava organizada as mesas estavam organizadas em pequenos grupos de trabalho em 4, as mesas viradas de frente. Eu acho que eles iam conseguir muito bem fazer esta atividade, porque eles próprios, podia-se afastar ali as cadeiras ou não, para eles terem mais liberdade, mas eu acho que, pelo menos na sala em que eu tenho experiência, era execuível. Noutra sala também era só o facto de se juntar mesas ou de se retirar mesas e eles faziam em pequenos grupos. É uma mais-valia, tem interdisciplinaridade, dá autonomia aos alunos, tem o fator também do trabalho colaborativo e isso é tudo competências que fazem falta e que são muito importantes de trabalhar com as crianças. É a abordagem das ciências que nós também temos de contacto aqui ao longo de toda a nossa formação, desde a licenciatura até ao mestrado. E então é assim que nós estamos a aprender também, não é? O que é um fator bastante positivo. Falo por mim, não sei fazer de outra forma. Estou a aprender a fazer assim e eu acho que é o caminho correto.
I share with you some references used in this presentation. I hope you enjoyed Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me. See you next time.
And we've reached the end. We can only thank you all for your presence, all the speakers for the content they're prepared for us all, and also all the elements internal and external to us who participated in organizing the event and made it possible. The success of producing this exhibition opportunity is due to the enormous networking that brought together more than 50 participants, some more actively, others with more specific interventions. We cannot fail to mention the increase of more than 60% compared to last year's registrations for this event, and another aspect about our network. This month, we reached the number of visitors from last year in the middle of September. 14,800 visitors to our network at is-educators.com. Indeed, networking does not end here. We have other projects to share knowledge and resources. A repository of articles on STEAM education, print and go lesson plans on STEAM education also, a European map of out-of-school STEAM education organizations with over 1,000 records. Articles about STEAM pedagogy, about makerspaces, about educators, about researchers. Our world really is STEAM education. The most interesting thing is that you can also be part of our world. More than an Erasmus project of limited duration is a permanent network of STEAM educators, of European STEAM educators, but which also connects with colleagues from any continent, with producers of STEAM equipment and materials, with the university, with research, with formal education, with non-formal education. In a world where artificial intelligence emerges, where society must be educated in critical thinking, and technology users must be transformed into creators with technology. This is empowerment. See you soon.